Madam Mayor, we're just waiting on a staff member, and as soon as that is, I'll give you, when they log in, I'll let you know.
Okay, what's going on?
Thank you.
Okay, what's the meeting ID or entry? Okay, what is it? Don't use the someone's don't need it.
I just,
Yeah.
George, where are you? Okay, I'm gonna send Tommy.
Is everyone here now?
yes,
Can we start now?
yes.
Okay, thank you. It is now 5:01, and today is October 20th, 2020. And I call to order the meeting of the Victorville City Council, Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, Victorville Water District, and the City Housing Assets successor. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Cox,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez, Councilmember Gomez,
You're not allowing me to unmute myself until you desire, so just know that it's going to be a very long delay.
Councilmember Jones,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez,
Here.
Mayor Garcia.
Here. Do we have any public comments at this time?
No public comments at this time.
Thank you. Then can we have declaration of closed session items by our city attorney, please?
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. We have 3 items on the agenda this evening, all dealing with existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1. There are items A, B, and C, and information relating to any disclosure would jeopardize existing settlement negotiations. Therefore, there's no further information on the agenda related to these. In addition, however, I would like to add an urgency item. In order to do so, I need a vote of the council to add an urgency item based on 2 findings. 1, that the item arose after the posting of the agenda, and 2, that the matter came to the attention, and that there's immediate need to take action on the item. So two-step process, 1 motion. The information, in order for you to make those findings, is I received information late Thursday and early Friday from residents that there were certain potential violations of the city's municipal code. And in order to determine what to do next, I need direction from the council. We'd go into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 549 54956.9 D4, one potential case, and it's whether or not the city decides to initiate litigation or not. So I received, again, information related to potential violations of the municipal code late Thursday after the posting of the agenda. It pertains to campaign activity, and since the election was within 2 weeks, I believe there is immediate need to take action on the item. So I would welcome a motion and a vote on that item, to add that agenda item.
I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make the motion, but on something like this, since we're adding an agenda item, am I correct that there's a greater vote requirement on this?
That is correct. It requires a 4/5 vote requirement to add this to the agenda.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that we, based on sufficiency of the need for this agenda item being brought to the attention after the agenda was posted and there's an immediate need, I move that we place that agenda item as described by our city attorney on the agenda.
I need a second.
I second.
First of all, I need to tell you that I don't even know what the fuck Ms. Jones said, okay? I have no clue. So I can ask for a point of order for.
I believe Ms. Jones was providing the motion to add the urgency item based on the two findings that the matter came to the attention of the city and specifically me after the posting of the agenda, and there's immediate need to take action on the item.
That's correct.
That was the motion, I believe, and there was a second.
I second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, a second by Councilmember Ramirez, and I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Cox,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez, she is not unmuting. Councilmember Jones,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
So do I need to know when I'm going to be unmuted? That way I can participate?
You get a notification.
Okay, well, that notification comes after the fact and I click it and it does not let me unmute myself.
I just took a roll call vote. How do you vote?
Okay, I don't even know what you're taking the roll call. I just object. I have no knowledge of what you're talking about.
The item pertains to anticipated litigation, and to divulge more information other than I've already provided would jeopardize the potential discussion in closed session. Therefore, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4, I needed direction from the council once I discussed the litigation matter as to whether or not the council would like to initiate litigation in this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Debernowski. Your legal lease has just gone over my head. I have no clue what you stated in English. I don't know if you can break that down any further. I know all you said is something about closed session. Other than that, I did not comprehend that legal lease.
Correct. It is I need a closed session discussion to have direction from the city council whether or not it would like to initiate litigation related to events that occurred after the posting of the agenda and which would have potential impact within the next 2 weeks, i.e. before we have another meeting, i.e. there is therefore need to take immediate action on this item.
So are we modifying something? I don't understand what that motion is, and I'm just going to say no. I don't comprehend and don't understand what this means.
Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
All right, council members and mayor, if I might. First, I'd like to introduce, I have Michelle McCarron from my office. I think you've all met her before. She does our litigation work. And what I'd like to do is first have a discussion regarding the first 3 items that are on the agenda.
Are we?
We need to formally go into closed session first.
Thank you.
Yeah, we need to go into closed session first.
At this time, we will go into a breakout room.
We can start our closed session now.
Did you go to the breakout room? Click on join.
I believe we did. Oh, that's it.
Click on that. Click join.
I'm assuming we stay exactly where we're at. That's just a term used, breakout room.
Councilmember Cox, can you please press accept for the breakout room invitation?
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you, Deborah, and we see you.
Can you see me?
Yep.
Heavens, heavens, heavens. Okay, I'm going to mute and stop my video for a minute. Get a drink of water.
All right. What am I doing? Side by side. Hi, Pastor Dane. Is Rick Bessinger on? Okay, I just want to see.
Waiting on Charlene.
Just a few more minutes, few more seconds, Madam Mayor.
Very good. I'll wait.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It is now 6 p.m., October 20th, 2020. And I call to order the regular meeting of the Victorville City Council, Victorville Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, Victorville Water District, and the City Housing Assets successor. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Cox,
Here.
Councilmember Gomez,
Remember,
Councilmember-
when you don't allow me to unmute myself and you're only unmuted,
Please, are you here?
yeah, she's here.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jones? You're muted, Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Here.
Mayor Garcia?
Here. At this time, may we have closed session announcements by our city attorney, please?
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. We had 3 items on the agenda this evening, all existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. With respect to each of those, any further information regarding those would jeopardize potential settlement discussions. With respect to those 3 items, there is no reportable action. However, in addition, we did add an urgency item to the agenda in accordance with Government Code 54954.2B2, in that there's an take immediate action and that the item arose after the posting of the agenda. That item is anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4. And at this point, we would be seeking information from the legislative body as to whether or not to initiate litigation. That matter, unfortunately, we did not get to that, so that will resume at the conclusion of the regular session. And to the extent there's reportable action with respect to that item, it will be reported at the conclusion of the closed session coming after the regular session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The invocation will be by Pastor Dane Davis of Impact Christian Church, and the Pledge of Allegiance, Police Chief Rick Bassinger. So, Pastor Dane.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. I wish you all could see what I can see right now. I'm parked in a neighborhood just off of Elevado, a couple miles from City Hall. And I saw a man just driving up the street on his moped with a leash at his side, pulling his Labrador Retriever. There are many ways to walk a dog. Driving your moped down the street, dragging your dog with you, that's one of them. So he just came back for a second pass. This time he has a second dog with him, looks like a golden retriever. So I got to thinking, you know what? There's all sorts of things we can do to be a blessing to our city. I want to thank each of you on the city council for not taking the easy way, but taking the hard and difficult way to lead on the city council. I know it's not easy. Let me pray for you right now. Heavenly Father, I do thank you so much for each and every member of the city council. And Lord, I know that sometimes it can get a little testy at times, Lord. There can be disagreements, there can be arguments. But Lord, we thank you for the heart of each person who is serving on the city council. I also thank you, Lord, for our city manager. Thank you for our city attorney and all of those at City Hall, Lord, who serve so faithfully. Many people, Lord, take the easy way out. Lord, maybe volunteering once every year or once every couple years, but each of these public servants, Lord, serve our city and serve our citizens on a regular basis. I thank you for each of them. Be with them today as they deliberate, as they make decisions. We pray that you would give them your wisdom and your guidance and your direction and your unity. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
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 Rick, you're still muted. Rick?
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry. Face a flag that you're near. Please put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to
The flag of the United States of America
and
and to the republic
for
for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible,
and justice
liberty
for all.
and justice for all.
Now at this time, may I have our city clerk present the agenda and any revisions to the agenda, please?
Tonight's council meeting is being held virtually on Zoom due to safety concerns related to COVID-19 and to reduce exposure for our community members, city employees, and council members. Our virtual meetings are being conducted in accordance with the Brown Act and special provisions enacted during the coronavirus pandemic. We will continue to hold our council meetings virtually until further notice. We invite members of the public to participate in our meetings via Zoom in order to offer public comment during tonight's meeting. Use the raise your hand feature on Zoom when instructed to do so. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and allotted up to 3 minutes for your comments. Members of the public are reminded when speaking on a specific agenda item, comments should be limited to that topic. To the extent you want to discuss other issues relevant to the city, those comments should be reserved for public comment section. If you end your comments prior to the 3-minute allotment, you waive the right to speak any remaining time on that item. For future council meetings, you may also submit public comments via email. Your email must be received no later than 4 p.m. the day of our council meeting. If you don't wish to participate in public comment, you can view our meetings on YouTube. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, if we have any item on this agenda that may be a conflict of interest to any city council member or board member, it should be identified at this time. Do we have any agenda items that may be a conflict to anyone? Obviously not. Then we move on to our first item, appeal hearings.
Sorry, we're gonna ask Councilmember Gomez.
Ms. Gomez, do you have any conflict of
I
interest?
have a question on that item. I'm going to do a lot of signaling because I'm not letting myself, you guys are not letting me be unmuted, but can you explain what a conflict of interest with this agenda means to the general public and for my personal understanding?
We on the agenda item yet?
Mr. Andre?
This is just the.
We are not on any agenda items yet. This is just the city clerk providing general information to the public. And then this is the general conflict declaration with respect to any agenda items. There are more specific ones when we get into item number 1.
So then that means that no council member has an objection and any kind of conflict of interest based on the agenda items, right? Is that what you're describing right now?
Correct.
Thank you.
On any item. Obviously, she doesn't have any. Okay, so we move on to item number 1, appeal hearings. An appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to revoke conditional use permit modification case number Edmund 19-00069, a conditional use permit with an environmental exemption to allow for the addition of live entertainment, such as live bands and DJ, to an existing restaurant previously approved to allow for alcohol sales, and conditional use permit Edmund 18-00127, a minor conditional use permit allowing for alcohol sales, including beer, wine, and distilled spirits for on-site consumption on property located at 12174 Hesperia Road, the applicant Mariscos El Chaca. Madam Clerk, please read the recommendation.
That the city council conduct a public hearing, receive public testimony, and adopt resolution number 20-086, affirming the decision of the planning commission to revoke conditional use permit admin 19-00069 and minor conditional use permit admin 18-00127 by finding that the planning commission's decision was supported by substantial evidence as presented in the record, including documentary, testimonial, and demonstrative evidence in accordance with applicable law and the standards of the Victorville Municipal Code.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask council members to please disclose any expertise communication or information obtained outside chambers, such as a field trip, views or of the premises, and discussions with individuals. Has anyone been involved in any way with this business, according to what I just stated?
I have not, Madam Mayor.
Neither have I. No.
Rita?
No.
Ramirez? I have not either. Ms. Gomez? Ms. Gomez?
We've asked to unmute her. She's not unmuting herself.
Okay. So we don't know whether she has or not, correct?
Correct.
Just for the record. Council members, if you have any questions, you have 3 minutes. I will start with Ms. Jones.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so my questions are to Mr. Metzler, and of course he can pass them on to any member of his staff. Is there going to be a presentation from staff on this?
Yeah, there certainly can be. And we can deliver that presentation at any time the mayor likes.
So, Madam Mayor, if there's a presentation, that presentation might answer some of my questions. So, whatever you wish.
Do a presentation.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, this item was brought to you as an appeal of a planning commission hearing decision involving 2 conditional use permits, which are actually outlined in the staff report. Our city planner, Mr. Scott Webb, is the lead on this item, and at this particular time, I'd like for him to give just a brief overview on the case and perhaps identifying particularly what your role as the council is in hearing this case.
Thank you, Keith. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. First, want to start off with just the action that the Planning Commission took on September 9th. To keep it in simple terms, they revoked the CUPs that allowed for live entertainment and the selling of distilled spirits. I want to emphasize that this still allows the operation to continue as a restaurant, and they would be able to obtain a beer and wine license from the Alcohol Beverage and Control Board. And with the revocation, per our municipal code, the establishment would still be able to reapply for live entertainment and the selling of distilled spirits after a year from the revocation date. So the Planning Commission made this determination to revoke their licenses on September 9th. Their main findings were a failure to allow the police department to view videotapes following a fight at the incident at the establishment, failure to obtain ABC approvals for outdoor alcohol sales, also due to noise complaints and increased calls for service. There's also establishment that based on a reporting from the Code and Compliance Division that the facility created a hazard to public safety due to increased potential of drivers operating vehicles while intoxicated. This was following management instructing our code enforcement to tell PD not to patrol the facility at their closing time. So I would like to give a little bit more context, rewind a little bit, and go from the start of how this revocation came to be. I believe it starts with just understanding our code. In 2014, our municipal code was updated, comprehensive update to our alcohol standards. Restaurants, due to past experiences with them morphing into nightclubs and bars, were required to now have a conditional use permit for the sale of distilled spirits. Restaurants that are only applying for beer and wine would still be a permitted use. So in 2018, the zoning administrator, myself, reviewed an application for Morisco's to open an establishment with liquor sales. This conditional use permit, this 2018 conditional use permit, limited their establishment by their hours and did not allow for live entertainment. Following this approval on April 21st, 2018, there was a notice of violation at the establishment for live entertainment. This was on May 25th, 2019. With the live entertainment, there was noise complaints, alcohol, observation of alcohol being sold outside unpermitted, food vendors, and also a live animal on the scene. So to help the applicant out after they requested wanting to allow their establishment to operate in compliance with this live entertainment, the applicant submitted another conditional use permit that went before the Planning Commission on August 14th, 2019. The Planning Commission did consider it and did approve the conditional use permit, which allowed extended hours, allowed live entertainment, and did, though, limit the approval to 2 years based on past experiences and the past violations, and did require staff to report back within a year on how the establishment is operating. Fast forward a year from August 14th, 2019, staff was preparing to bring a report back to the Planning Commission on what has been transpiring at the location. After acquiring call logs from the police department and observing that there was a notice of violation for noise on August 11th, 2020, and then also a subsequent shooting on August 22nd, 2020. Staff proceeded with notifying the business and property owner of the revocation of the conditional use permit. So in providing the report, that 1 year report to the Planning Commission, we also wanted to give the Planning Commission the option to modify or revoke the conditional use permit based on the amount of calls and violations of the conditional use permit conditions of approval. So with that notice of revocation being issued to the property owner on August 26, 2020, the Planning Commission revoked their conditional use permit on September 9th, 2020. Following that revocation, and as documented in the staff report, there has been various violations that have continued. The applicant has filed an appeal on September 21st, 2020, and staff has responded to those documented appeal findings in attachment C. And With that, and based on the record, staff recommends that you uphold the Planning Commission's decision to revoke both of the conditional use permits. However, the City Council, per our municipal code, has the authority to modify or overturn the Planning Commission's decision. I'm available should you have any further questions.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, may I proceed now with my questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I appreciate that information. Can you tell me, at the time when this business was operating indoors, what was, and they weren't supposed to be having live entertainment, what was the live animal or animals that were indoors?
I believe our code enforcement official can provide a little bit more detail, but my understanding it was some type of horse.
Good evening, council members. Yes, Scott's correct. It was a horse that we received a report that was putting on a show inside the dining area.
Okay. And at any point, did the city ever receive any communications from the, first of all, is the appellant present online? Do we know?
Yes, she is.
Perfect.
Nicole
Okay.
Mauricio is on.
Thank you. I'm so glad she's present. So did the city ever receive at any time any communication from the appellant that the noise requirement as defined in the outdoor business requirements were unnecessarily restrictive, unreasonable, or unjust? This was when the business moved outdoors?
Yes, they received a notice of violation for noise on August 11th, 2020.
But prior to that, when they were given the terms for outdoor business operations, it listed on there the requirements for noise, which I think is essentially the same outdoors as it was indoors. When they got that, was there any communication with the city that they felt it was too restrictive or unreasonable or unjust, given they were moving from indoors to outdoors?
I don't believe there was any communication with the appellant applicant related to concerns they had about transitioning their operation outside.
Okay. And then has the appellant ever articulated why it believes that the commission is biased simply because the planning commission is biased simply because each member of that commission is appointed by nominated by individual council members and then appointed by the council, the full body?
I'm not aware of the particular reasons why they stated that.
Okay. Okay, and hold on just a moment. So I want to make sure that I understand. So within a few months of this establishment coming into business, they were already operating outside the parameters set for them with live entertainment and so forth.
Correct. They received approval from the zoning administrator in November of 2018. Following that, they received a notice in May of 2019 notifying them that they were out of compliance related to noise and outdoor alcohol sales, live entertainment. But just to make everyone aware, when they received that zoning administrator approval in 2018, they signed an affidavit basically acknowledging that they wouldn't be having live entertainment. Yeah, they were notified. They knew that they were out of compliance even before the planning commission granted them this 2-year initial approval.
Right, and so so at the end of those initial violations, the planning commission, at least in my view, it appears that they leaned into this business, I think, in an effort to help them succeed in their business.
Yeah,
a measure of grace.
You could, I think they reluctantly approved the 2019 conditional use permit that allowed the extended hours and the live entertainment because they put that 2-year limit on the approval and the 1-year report.
Right, but it was on the very points that they violated that the commission leaned into them and gave them a measure of grace on this. They allowed them live entertainment with some qualifications, some caveats, and extended hours. So it wasn't that the planning commission was being unfair or reasonable. In fact, in my view, it looks like they leaned into them to help them to be successful.
Yes, they had full discretion in 2019 to deny the conditional use permit, but they allowed it.
Okay. And those are all of the questions I have of city staff at this point. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will have questions for the appellant.
Yes,
I have a
Jim.
question.
Yes, Jim.
Would staff define live entertainment, please?
Yes, by live entertainment, let me pull up exactly what the conditions of approval said at the time. It included DJs, live bands. Sorry, let me get to the actual condition here. Yes, DJs and live bands are called out as live entertainment.
So the question of having a dancing horse or bullfights or alligator wrestling is not under the category of live entertainment.
Give me one
second. Like to me, that's a public health law violation. And ABC.
Yeah, it didn't. Councilmember Cox, it did not call out the live entertainment, including animals.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, did you have any other questions?
Not of our city staff at this point. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Did they answer your questions?
Yes.
And Mr. Cox, did you have any other questions?
I do have one more question. When I look at the map of the project location, where are the closest residences? And that's not critical in itself. I mean, noise is noise and it carries, but
Not near.
I didn't think there was any houses there at all.
No.
There is not any houses in the immediate shopping center. The closest residential units are off of Jasmine Street to the north.
Did we ever take it? I'm sorry. I know that we talked about the decibels, and we have a lady who's complained. Did we take any decibels of noise off-site in the vicinity of this business and or in the neighborhood where the lady has complained?
There was documentation that was in the staff report, I believe pages 170 and 186 that documented where it was taken. But I believe these were all within the shopping center
Okay.
near the Jack in the Box.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Rita, did you have any questions?
Yes. My understanding is, number one, even though these permits may be repealed, they still have a business which is open. In other words, the restaurant is still open. They just won't have the liquor license or the use of liquor, and they will not have live entertainment, which will be a DJ or a band. And the question of noise, which I was wondering, and I thank Mr. Cox for mentioning it, there are no houses at that. It almost sits right on Hesperia Road, which is a very, very traveled road. And I would say that from what I remember, Jack in the Box is probably one of the closer businesses to it. My question is this: since there still will be permitted to be a restaurant, and they're still being allowed within the years from today, let us say, being the date, they will still be able to apply for another permit regarding live entertainment as well as liquor. But my concern was the use of, if I'm not mistaken, a gun. There was a problem with a form of violence, fight, or I don't know what it was. And I would like that to be made clearer to me. What does it mean? What exactly happened? Did anybody get hurt? Was it because they were drunk, or was it because they were angry with someone? Can the planning commissioner please answer that question?
Sure, I can elaborate on that. First of all, you mentioned the incidents which were documented in the call logs, which is on page 115 and 116. And then there was also a subsequent call log most recently, which is on page 172. But as far as violence, there was various fights that occurred on site. And as I mentioned, in August of this year, there was a shooting that occurred on site. But as far as the conditional use permit, your understanding of their ability to reapply, yes, if the council affirmed the planning commission's decision on today's date, they would be able to reapply for live entertainment and distilled spirits 1 year from today. And at that time, the planning commission would be able to review their conditions to ensure that there's proper safety measures in place.
So the question is that they would have to meet the standards of the planning commission if they want to reapply and be approved, correct?
Correct. It would go through a similar process as today. So if the planning commission took action a year from now and they weren't happy with the planning commission's decision, they could appeal that to city council.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Ms. Gomez, do you have anything?
So I'm going to start by saying that for the record, and let the record reflect that there's several Brown Act violations occurring right now at the city council. I am not being allowed to freely ask for points of clarification for any objections based on the Rosenberg orders or laws that we abide by. Therefore, I need you to know that there were several objections from myself as council was acting as witness and stating that there were things as fact, and I was muted, and I was the only council member muted. So this public hearing is not being presented in the best interest of the public. It's not in their due care, or it's not offering its fiduciary duty that we have as a city. We're not providing any indemnification when we provide rulings that will abscond or get us away from not providing a public hearing that is for the interest of this, not the city of Victorville, but for the appellant. So I'm going to tell you that the adversary of these arguments aren't based only on violations, but on straw man fallacies that I've heard. We are legislating and we legislate, and I did not hear that from Councilmember Jones asking accusatory questions that were not only unfounded, there were a double hearsay and hearsay, because she asked questions to Scott Webb, and Scott Webb he said it appeared, he wasn't sure. He cannot answer on behalf of the appellant when he is not sure if she knew what the violation was or whatever question she had in that regard. So it's my full knowledge that this city is acting in gross negligence and in discriminatory actions against the appellate. So my questions come at 4th. You didn't time Jones. She went from 6:20 to 6:26. She didn't do 3 minutes or 5 minutes. She went ahead and she said she still needs to ask questions to the appellant. Okay, but when you block this council member from asking questions and you don't provide the 3-minute, that's not fair. This person is not getting a fair hearing. Okay, as a council member, I too represent the public and I represent this individual that's there. So I'm going to ask these questions. What are the alleged violations, one by one, and can we stick to the violations instead of going all around and looking at other incidents that have no cause for that? We're here to see if there was indeed a violation. So my first question is, what are the violations? How many of these violations are there? Are they alleged? And where is the data? Because I'm not seeing it in these attachments.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I think it's fairly clear and outlined in the staff report, in fact, as to the failures to comply. They are actually identified fairly clearly starting on page 10 of the document in the background section. And I do have to state that all of the questions asked by the council members and all of the presentation given by staff is been directly related to everything that's contained.
An objection that's
in
unfounded.
the item for your consideration.
An
So it's
objection that's double
all
hearsay.
documented information in the staff report that you have in front of you.
Okay, you can't be muting me. If it's my time, you need to realize that I have the right to be speaking. This is my time. You have muted me again, host. If you're the host, Keith, or the city clerk is, remember, today's hearing is not in the best interest of the public, and I'm making that for the record to reflect that one council member is not able to even use her time to be able to object to what I found to be not only hearsay, but double hearsay. You cannot say that what the next person said is this and that, and that's what I have the right to do during my time. You can watch my time and then watch Councilmember Jones as well. So if you're saying it's very clear, I'm telling you, let me rephrase my question because you don't have the outcome.
Councilmember Gomez, your time is up.
Okay.
Mayor Garcia, as a point of order, we have not even opened the public hearing yet. These are just questions and answers between staff and council members, typical on any agenda item. But the public hearing has not even commenced yet, so I don't see any problems.
And Madam Mayor, I have a question. So it was just stated that I spoke from 6:20 to 6:26, but I don't believe that my questions exceeded the 3-minute mark.
It hit 0 right when you ended your question.
Okay, and I don't get another question, okay?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I do have a question. When we say that they will not be allowed to have what is it stated? That the liquor license would be revoked. Are we talking about the liquor or the beer and wine or both?
Yes, good question, Madam Mayor. The conditional use permit requirement is only for distilled spirits. So beer and wine, they would still be allowed that alcohol sales. Obviously, they would need to get a approval from ABC for that.
Okay, so they would still be allowed to have the beer and wine? Okay. Even though they don't have the live entertainment and they have to meet all these other regulations and conditions. Okay. Okay, that was the only question that I had. So at this time, I think I didn't skip anyone. So I do open the public hearing. And the applicant, we will hear the applicant's testimony or arguments, and they have 5 minutes. Are they here?
Nicole Mauricio is, we show her on video. If you can hear me, we're not sure if you're calling in on another number because there's many numbers out here that we can't. because we're trying to mute her. Nicole,
It doesn't show us a speaker. She's raising her hand, but there's no speaker option.
Nicole, you're raising your hand, but there's no speaker. So I'm going to give you a number that you can call in. If you would call in to 669-900-9128. And then the meeting ID is 995-1200-5370. And the passcode is 108634.
Blanca's trying to say something.
Madam Mayor, if we could just give a moment, because she does have a video. We don't know how she's calling in, but there's no speaker for her, for the appellant.
We'll give her a couple of minutes.
I want to ask her to start the video. Maybe she could say something.
And Nicole, if you could start your video, maybe we can see your face. Mm-hmm. There's also another guest with the same last name, but he has the same, just a video. No. Oh, there's Nicole. I can see you. Are you dialing in? Give us a thumbs up. Okay. They're calling in right now. Okay, it will be probably the last one who. I know. Oh. Yeah. I'm trying to see what you're holding up. Okay, there we go. Little. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Could you try *6?
Right.
There you.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and distinguished council members. This is Attorney Paul Hornak for appellant. First of all, regarding these issues that are presented before us, there was a lack of due process and fairness. Regarding all of the decimal readings, the appellant was never presented with information regarding training, calibration, and that any of the tests were done properly. Now the city, in its response, indicates it utilized a calibrated testing device for its newest reading. That was not presented at the prior hearing and still lacks credibility. Regarding noise standards, they are erroneous. In a noise complaint received on or about July 20th, 2020, the complainant stated, "We are not asking for the business to stop its music." The city's response now names Debbie Wilson as a complainant that lives some 883 feet away in the Wimbledon apartments. This individual may be hypersensitive to noise and does not portray a reasonable person standard. Additionally, there are no readings taken by the city at that location. So therefore, it's arbitrary and capricious to have such a statement said regarding this issue. The entertainment was provided outside based on the new guidelines of COVID-19, and the noise source exemptions should apply to this establishment. It's hard to compare apples and oranges. The establishment no longer is allowed to have indoor music and entertainment. Therefore, they were forced to go outside. I know one of the council members were requesting and answered why was the information put outside. Well, it's because of COVID-19. Why they didn't complain about it? They thought they would be under compliance because they have always been under compliance regarding the sound. It only became a problem when they were placed outside due to this national pandemic. The impartial tribunal. In this matter, the Planning Commission cannot be said to be free of bias. It is revoking based on untrustworthy evidence and evidence that was not presented on the record. Conclusionary findings are insufficient as a matter of law. One of the council members brought up the subject of the police interference. The fact is, there was an incident that occurred. It was in the parking lot. It had nothing to do with this establishment. They are erroneously entered into the police log just because they're the largest business in the area. The police wanted to access the video. Unfortunately, during that particular evening, there was a supervisor in charge who did not have access to that particular video and the systems. The police were informed that they should come back the next day. They never did. But therefore, they still complained that this establishment was erroneously not allowing the police to view the videos. The base ambient noise levels promulgated by the city for all commercial zones at any time is 70 decibels. This is equivalent to running of a washing machine. This seems somewhat disingenuous for an outside entertainment event. The noise measurement criteria promulgated by the city at any point of the property line or the offender or anywhere on the affected property. The fact is, none of the documents presented by the city indicate where the measurements were taken. The staff observation on October 7, 2020, which is part of your new packet, states near Jack in the box. Once again, it lacks specific information. We don't know at what point or where it was actually taken. And like a council member brought up as well, the street that abuts this is Hesperia Road. It's a very busy intersection, as well as Bear Valley Road, which is a mere 400 feet away to the south. The appellant should be exempt from the noise sources based on the fact that it is an outdoor gathering. Because of COVID-19 and the worldwide pandemic, the restaurant was forced to provide food outside, drinks, beers, and distilled spirits. And because of that issue, we are now an outdoor gathering place for our particular customers. And therefore, we should be exempt under the very own code that the city is using to try to close this place down. Equal protection violations. The California Constitution equal protection laws are safeguarded in Article 1, Section 7, and the United States Constitution. Noise source exemptions. The city allows schools, colleges, outdoor gatherings, and public dances and shows to be exempt from the noise standards. Therefore, this establishment, since we have been put outside, should be under the same guidance as that. If not, there's an equal protection violation because you're treating similar things differently.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Sorry for just a moment. Madam Mayor, they are out of time. If the council wants to extend the time, we could take a vote.
I need a vote in order for them to continue speaking.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor, I move that the appellant has an additional 5 minutes.
Is there a second?
I second it.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Point of order.
I'll take a roll call vote.
Point of order, the appellant has a lot of time left. He needs to be able to defend it. And we've known that, Mr. Debronowski. You said that.
We're taking a vote for more time.
There is no vote. The appellant,
Councilmember,
based on the code.
wow. Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
And we can unmute her. Councilmember Gomez?
I told you, he has ample time to defend, or it's not good faith, it's not due process, you're not doing it right.
Councilmember Gomez? Yes.
He has unlimited amount of time. He needs to be able to set his case in front of
Yes or no? Please answer.
Okay. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
That motion passes to extend time for 5 minutes with Councilmember Gomez not voting.
Continue on.
Thank you very much, council members and Madam Mayor. The subject location has a temporary catering permit that has been authorized by ABC. Given the fact that the temporary catering permit authorized from ABC is granted as long as a $100 fee is paid and there is legal authority to utilize the requested area. Ergo, is basically a minuscule requirement that has little bearing on the operation itself, public welfare, and or public safety. Traffic conditions are erroneous. It was absolutely arbitrary and capricious for the Planning Commission to determine that the conditional use permits should be revoked based on traffic. There was no written evidence to determine that the council conditional permits created any hazard to public safety or alike. There was absolutely no evidence presented by the city regarding this issue. However, in your most recent packet, attachment H, the city staff indicates that there was an alleged DUI on 9/12/2020. Once again, this information was not available on September 9, 2020 during the revocation hearing. Additionally, the individual who received that DUI is presumed innocent until proven guilty. So that person may not actually have a DUI on their record. And therefore, this restaurant, this establishment should not be imputed with this particular DUI. The neighborhood is commercial in nature. There's a lot of traffic on all areas of this establishment. These sounds from the traffic, other businesses and the like are not recorded on any of the readings. So therefore, we're having noise from traffic, noise from other businesses and the like being read on these meters. So therefore, the meter can't distinguish between what a car is or what a musical instrument is either. So therefore, it is capricious to determine that it's only this business that has that noise. The Planning Commission's decisions were arbitrary and capricious and not based on the record or the Victorville Municipal Code. The Planning Commission, without obtaining any evidence or facts of any of the alleged violations. The findings were not supported by substantial evidence in light of the whole record. Now the city responds back by backpedaling to attempt to correct some of the knowingly and intentionally or reckless disregard based on the ABC permit. That was the only thing the city brought up regarding that very, very important issue. The Planning Commission abused its discretion. The Planning Commission determined the fate of the subject location either without any evidence or insufficient evidence. Moreover, the Planning Commission did not make its decision in accordance with the provisions of the Victorville Municipal Code. Some of the decisions were arbitrary and capricious and an abuse of discretion. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I might, it might be good to see, I think Mr. Hornet obviously represents the appellants. The appellants, do they want to add anything themselves?
Hello?
I can hear you, I just can't see you. Can't hear you anymore.
Try *6. Did you hit *6 to unmute? Oh, we don't know that she dialed in another phone number?
No.
No? Are you going to call in again? Okay, hold on. She's calling in again, I believe. Closer. Closer.
I think I got them. 69. Okay, I think it worked.
There you go.
Yeah, it was saying the host needed to unmute me. I just want to go back to some of the violations that were talked about, you know, from when we first opened in 2018. There were some things that, you know, as new business owners, we weren't aware of, and we feel that we went back and tried to correct all of our our wrongs by getting a license for the live music. You know, there were some vendors that came that set up tacos, you know, and we feel like that's getting held against us. We corrected that. We stopped it. We didn't have any noise complaints until we were moved outside. You know, any kind of issues as far as the sheriff call logs, you know, some of those incidents, I don't even think were involved. We weren't involved in it. You know, it's like he said earlier, it's just we're the biggest building up here. And there's times where we've had car accidents outside, where we've had, you know, times where we've had a call for help for customers. We are in the same parking lot as a crisis center. So yes, we've had to call the police for help. And I feel like those calls were all used against us because some of them, we don't even know what they were for. And you know, in the first meeting, they said, oh, you get this many amount of calls every month. And some of those calls weren't even pertaining to our establishment, and it was used against us. So that's why we feel, you know, that we had an unfair hearing the first time, and we decided to appeal. Is there anything you want to add?
Just because that we're trying to
you know,
follow
so
the rules, and we just don't want to stay busy.
We do not have access to the police reports as far as what the exact calls were to be able to defend ourselves. And so, and then, you know, also it's just the amount of calls that were made. I don't see how we can be held liable for those when it's not even something that was in the code or in the affidavit to begin with.
We had no problem until we would take.
And like we said, we didn't have very many problems until we were moved outside, which was against, you know, it wasn't our choice to do that. We're just trying to make the best of it and stay in business during this time.
And taking the liquor license away from us, like music, it will put a lot of business.
And then my husband would like to speak a little bit more. Sorry.
You say, you know, and we just want to. Yeah.
You know, I'm sorry. I have a lot of people in my ear right now. But it is true. If the live music does get taken away and our liquor license, our doors will go. We will close, and that's another empty business here in Victorville. You know, so it's really, you know, another it'll become another downtown Victorville is where we're going. So thank you guys.
Don't.
Did they have anyone else that wanted to speak? As far as the owners, are they just the two? Charlene, was it just the two owners?
That's all I'm aware of. Once we open public comment, we do have other speakers.
Okay, very good. At least we have a public comment, and they will have 3 minutes.
Okay, the first speaker I have is just the phone LG K20 Plus. We'll ask you to unmute.
That's me, Charlene, Maggie Martin.
All right. Hi, Maggie Martin.
Hi, Annie. Listen, I am hot and hostile behind all this bullshit I had to hear tonight. Pardon me and forgive me, bullshit. I meant to say BS, my bad. And I'm going to tell you why. And I want you to listen carefully, especially Mayor Garcia. Today at somewhere around between 2 and 3, closer to 2, I swung into the city hall and got a copy of the agenda. I'd forgotten to do that in the last Thursday or whatever it was. Got a copy of the agenda, threw it in my car, went about my business, got home a couple hours, not long before the closed session, looked at the agenda, and I saw, I'm trying to look at it now, I saw this appeal hearing, item number 1, and about fell over. And this is why, because Mayor Garcia queried the council members as to whether or not they had any interest or investment or influence, whatever you want to call it, in this appeal hearing matter. Okay, regarding this particular restaurant Ristos. And as soon as I looked at this, read this 2 paragraphs. I go, yep, Blanca Gomez has something to do with this being on the agenda. And I can back that up more than likely. Okay, so I didn't hear all of Mr. Webb's very good oral presentation. I stepped away for just a few seconds at a time. But I'm going to say up front, I don't know when these people became in the restricted status of having live entertainment outside. But I'm going to tell you something. About a week ago, in an evening time, I pulled into that parking lot with the intent of going into Dollar Tree, Dollar General, whatever it is over there, which is not my usual store. And the music is blasting out of that place. It's blasting. And I would not like being a shopper in one of those stores in that strip mall or at the Jack in the Box or across the street at the Verizon or the Bonds. I don't know about the Bonds. But that music was blasting. And those people on the outside patio, and I saw the musical instruments, and I saw the people, and I saw Blanca and Romero there on 2 separate occasions in the last 3 weeks. So that said, I'm going to tell you this. Everything Scott Webb cited, that code enforcement had to go out there all those times, the PD with the stabbing, or excuse me, the shooting and the fighting. What do you think is going to happen when you have a big gathering of drunk people? That's what's going to happen. And I heard him say something about, and I may be wrong, but this is what I thought I heard, is that the property owner, the people that own Morisco's, didn't want the police to come around so much, you know, like after 11. Somewhere along the way, Scott Webb said that. I'm like, are you seriously kidding me? They'll go there any damn time they want to.
Your time is up. Her time, Maggie Martin's time was up. The next speaker I have is Valentine Godina.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, we have a culture clash here, and I'm surprised we even have it with so many council people who claim to be Hispanic, Garcia, Ramirez, and so forth. You are not Hispanic if you don't understand what's going on. Let me tell you what happened in Hesperia. Hesperia, we had the same thing with Los Alamos racetrack. People did not accept the Hispanic community coming in and opening up business. They claimed the same thing. He has loud music, he has drunks. There was even a red community out there protesting, raising flags, claiming these are wetbacks who are endangering our community. Garcia, Ramirez, we're not wetbacks. We are part of this community. If you cannot understand that, you're not Hispanic. You're whitewashed, and I'm sorry, and I'm totally beside myself that you claim yourself to be Hispanic when you don't understand who your race is. There's the same claim was lodged against him, loud decibels. I have a train that horn is so loud, I can hear it 5 miles away. Is there anybody that's going to address that? No, why? Because it's a white train. We have a culture clash that's going to change. Get used to it because we're coming. I don't want to sound like Ramiro, but I'm starting to because you guys are being blind to the fact that things are changing. You have to change, not us. You have to change. Victorville, you have to change and adapt. We're here. We're not going anywhere. We're here and we're here to stay and we're here to vote and we're going to vote. And our voice is going to be heard. And you are going to feel our voice. Mr. Cox, thank you for announcing horses and bullfights. I can't see how more racist you could be with that, but thank you for throwing in alligator fights. That was a Louisiana black mention there. Boy, you're very smart and very tactful, but I can catch all of that, and all of us can catch that. You're not being smart. You're being honest on who you really are.
I've never been to Louisiana.
Then how do you know about alligators?
I watch TV.
Oh, Didn't you just get upset with me because I watch TV and I hear the news and that's fake?
What happened? Is it okay?
Sorry about that. The next speaker I have is Ramiro Rodriguez. Oh, he just lowered his hand. There he is again. Ramiro, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Let me just start my stopwatch, please. Okay, let's do this. There's a lot of hearsay, a lot of lies, especially what Miss Maggie Martin said. She saw me and Blanca here. That's a complete lie, and we're trying to take everything in order from what's coming out of her mouth. This is really like a culture class, like Mr. Godina said. This is a place, a family restaurant with a lot of Hispanic people come with their families after church to have dinner, enjoy a show. There's nothing more than us Mexicans want a place to go, listen to our music, speak our language, and listen and eat our food. But the city council does not allow us to do that. They don't even sell tacos at the state fair here. I mean, at the county fair. That's how bad we have it. We have 60% of the population, 60% of the Hispanic population, and they don't have nothing for us. And yes, it's true, Mr. Godina, those people that up there, they have a last name, but they don't know what it really means. They don't represent us. Our mayor is the mayor of the city, but is the mayor, but is not a mayor for us. And we need people like these businesses to stay in business. They bring a lot of jobs for the cooks, for the food, for everything. And half the businesses are closed when the music is playing. How can she say that she's shopping at 11 o'clock at the Dollar Tree store? Everything is they're just trying to make this place shut down because there's too many Hispanics, too many Mexicans in one place. It is not good for the city to see so many Mexicans in one single location. It's just racist is what it is. And I read the transcripts from the planning department. And how can one Harriman be a detective and also like a city attorney or a state attorney? He's asking questions that don't belong to him. You should go with the facts and have the meeting tomorrow with the planning committee. It's just a sign that you guys put all this in place to shut this business down just because you had it in your mind. And no matter what we say, what we do, you guys have your mindset. And that is just completely wrong and illegal. Thank you. I yield my time to the ex-prostitutes, the crackheads, and the white supremacists. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Huh? Those were all the speakers I have, but I did have one email. To whom it may concern, I live in the Wimbledon apartments on Jasmine across from Morisco's restaurant on Hesperia Road in Victorville. I've endured months of sleepless nights due to their overly loud music. I contacted 3 different sources for help. I even went over there to ask them to lower it, and their security laughed in my face and walked away. Very respectful behavior. They usually play loud music Friday to Sunday around 8:30 to 1:45. They close at 1:30. An officer asked me if I am sure it's them. It's Hispanic music. It sounds like mariachis. The decibels are through the roof. Then last week, they stopped playing loudly on weekends and switched to Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. They started out quieter, but by 11 p.m., the decibels were through the roof again. It went to 1:45 approximately. The last 2 Mondays were so loud, I literally could not hear my TV. I could actually feel the vibration of their music in my head. Our apartment security and I were talking a few weeks ago, and his words were, "They are very loud." I have been getting 3 hours sleep a night since they started playing outdoors. I'm not asking that they stop, just that they play without the sound equipment that puts them at a rock concert level. People live across the street. It is selfish and is highly disrespectful. It needs to stop, or I will find a way to afford to hire a civil rights attorney. I deserve to sleep. It's my wish that this be read and the hearing on the 20th, but please don't mention my name out loud. I don't trust people who they blatantly respectfully are. Thank you. Signed a Wilson. And those are all the comments that I do have.
Thank you. Thank you so much. At this time, I will ask if the applicant would like to do a rebuttal, and he would have 5 minutes if they choose to do so.
We asked you to
Thank
unmute.
you.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. There's a lot of issues coming up about race here. However, they may be important in terms of the business itself to bring in clientele and the like. However, those are not the only type of people and or nationality that come to this restaurant. This restaurant has African-American people coming here. It has white people coming here, as well as Asian people coming here. So it's not exclusively for quote unquote the Hispanic people. It's a community restaurant, just like the city of Victorville pledges to be a community city. That's what we try to establish here. The issue regarding the noise, once again, like I stated earlier, the readings are not precise, number one. There's no scientific data established regarding the noise itself. There was no plot or map as to where the noise readings were taken. So therefore, anything regarding any noise complaints is, number one, arbitrary and capricious. The individual whose email that is, obviously I said her name previously. I apologize, but that was in the open comments, as well as my comment in terms of the speeches as to the council. So therefore, we have one person from Wimbledon Village who lives, like I said before, 883 feet away, where the city has not taken any readings of, indicating that she can't sleep at night based on the music. Well, like I said previously, this person may be hypersensitive to sound, and therefore the reasonable person standard should be utilized. I'm sure the restaurant will do whatever it can to reduce noise levels while we're outside. The fact is, it's not our fault to be outside now. It was a pandemic and still is a pandemic, which may be getting worse. So as we open up and the council said, well, they can renew their license within a year or so from now if there's no distilled spirits or live entertainment. That's true. However, COVID-19 and the pandemic may still be here and force restaurants and other establishments to be outside. So therefore, council members and Honorable Mayor, we can't make a decision based on just that particular issue. We need to open our eyes and look at the facts and look at the law. Council members also brought up hearsay and double hearsay. The standards regarding hearsay, I'm sure everybody knows, is an out-of-court statement or prove the truth of the matter asserted. Here we have individuals who are testifying before the council, stating that they saw members here of the council and or with other persons as well. Number one, it's hearsay. Number two, it's out of court, so it really doesn't matter anyway. But the fact is, they're not under live testimony. They're not under oath. They can say whatever they want in front of this council, and that's not truthful, if you will. The fact is, the council, the staff members, the planning commission, who pays their salaries? They are paid by the city of Victorville. Those are paid by the taxes of this restaurant. The city, the council, and the mayor, they work for us. They are not on a pristine pedestal. Therefore, the thing is, we need to look at the entirety and the totality of this restaurant. And if there were any violations, and please, council and honorable mayor, look at the facts. Do the facts meet the detrimental impact that it's going to have on the restaurant? Number one, the economy of the local area, and all the employees. The restaurant employs usually 50 employees during normal operations. Now it's a little bit lower based on COVID, but we're going to lose over 50 jobs here to the city of Victorville and the tax base as well. So therefore, council and honorable mayor, please look at the facts and the evidence that is presented by the staff members and look at it very carefully, as it does not tell the absolute truth. Additionally, as was brought up previously, the fact is we are not allowed to see the police reports, and therefore we are unable to defend each and every accusation regarding each and every specific incident that ever occurred around here. Many patrol officers put down the largest building. Maybe that's what they did. Unfortunately, we can't find that out because we don't have privy to those police reports. And I conclude that please look at the facts, look at the law, and make a decision. Thank you very much.
So at this time now, I will close the hearing.
Madam Mayor, I have questions of the appellant.
I don't, you'll have to wait. At this time, I close the hearing and I request a motion and a second.
Is there a motion or a second?
Can't let any of our people speak either.
Madam Mayor, I just would like to inquire of the attorney, if I may, because I want to make sure that we're providing due process to this appellant, and I have you know what, actually it's all right, never mind. So I just will so Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendation set out on the agenda as to point 3.
Is there a second?
I second it.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, second by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. Any further comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes, you can now.
So I'm going to say now what I had wanted to say to the appellant. So I hope I'm not going to go over my 5 minutes now, but first of all, I want to thank the appellant for being present here tonight. And I want she and her husband and the attorney of records to know that I read all of the backup data on this agenda item. I took it very seriously. I also reviewed the Planning Commission meeting, and I know that you don't know me, but I'm very pro-business, and I'm very willing to lean in, especially since we are in these very, very difficult times. For me, the thought of losing a business is never a good thing because I think so many people are suffering these days. I do want to say a few things. So first of all, in looking at all of this, I do find that the city did lean into this business when there were infractions before they were moved outdoors. And so to me, that was a demonstration that the city really wants this business to succeed. It appears that the appellant signed an affidavit that there would be no live entertainment indoors, and so that concerns me. And over the course of time, Moriscos has not demonstrated a willingness to operate under the required standards. And it just appears to me that there was a flouting of authority. And that although there was the permit, the outdoor operation permit that was granted, it came on 9/17 after the Planning Commission hearing. And that appears to me to just be an 11th hour attempt to do what the business should have been doing for months prior to that. Other businesses in the city had no difficulty following through with that. As to bias, on page 9 of the appellant's presentation, it says, I'm sorry, I have to find it now. Well, I don't have it. So basically the appellant was saying that there's a lack of due process because the planning commission is biased effectively because they're appointed or nominated by individual council members. Well, I really do want the appellant to know that I myself, and when I interviewed applicants for the planning commission, it was a very rigorous procedure. And when I presented my nominee to the council for the council's approval, I specifically stated that if he's appointed, to become a member of a body that reports directly to us, meaning the council collectively, and that he will not report to me in any way. In my view, he had an autonomy. And I say that because I believe that that's the feeling of the rest of this very council, except for one council member who attempted to have a planning commissioner removed because he did not make decisions in lockstep with her will. So it's my belief that at least 4 of the council members here honor the autonomy of the individual planning commissioners and trust them to make the decisions as they see fit, given the information given to them. Also, there's nothing that I could see in the ordinance, and certainly in the outdoor business permit, that says that there has to be harm that befalls a resident or a business. It simply talks about the noise levels that are acceptable and not acceptable. And so this appellant is very familiar with those guidelines that were set forth, and yet still went beyond. And our ordinances are written such that it provides for the welfare of all of our residents, has nothing to do with the color of anyone's skin. And we have to be objective and neutral when we evaluate these kind of things. We have to look, was the ordinance violated or not? So in my mind, I don't find that the appellant's arguments are persuasive. And I find that the planning commission's decisions were reasonable and meets all of the requirements that they were that they were called to meet in making its decision. And so I will be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Do you want to?
Ms. Ramirez, did you have anything else?
No, yes, I do. I would say that because of the fact that these were permits that were considered temporary and have been appealed, the question that I understand is that having met with the planning commission, having been explained the standards that they were required to follow, these are standards for all businesses, not just any one particular one. And we as city council persons must also follow the law. The fact that it is fair and just in that they're not being, that they are able to seek another permit to have live entertainment, to have drinks, it's not going to be prohibited to them. But in their own way, they need to prove to the community that they are a place of business that will also follow and adhere to the law that we make for the sake of safety, peace, and comfort for all residents. So this is not a question of saying because of our nationality that we prefer or disagree or dislike. This is a question of following the letter of the law. And I feel that they have been treated fairly in that they're able to still request in 1 year's time the question of entertainment and the question of alcohol. The restaurant can continue. I know that people love their food, so therefore they're not going to close unless it's a question that their quality of food may not be the same. But I have always heard good things about them. But again, this is a question of a business, not a question of one's culture or nationality. And so I agree with Deborah in that we will uphold the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Mr. Cox, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes, you said I have 5 minutes, right? So I have a lot of things to state. First of all, I'd like to say to the appellant, there's SB 1421, which allows you to pick up information. I have John McMahon's executive number for the secretary so that we can pull those records so that you can start looking at them. However, the strategy of the city council is always to privilege the documentation and to say that you can't have it. But we do have California Government Code, I think it's 6252, that allows you and me and anyone else to get that information. The only strategy that any counsel or any attorney would uphold would be it's privileged information because no longer can, it's in the courtroom, and that's a strategy that you might already know that is happening. But the other issue that I wanted to bring up is your restaurant at Chaca is being retaliated. I'm going to tell you firsthand that the city of Victorville has since day one shown that they are not only retaliatory and use their authority under the power of the police powers that we do have to ostracize a lot of our community members, specifically if they are one that fit the criteria that yours do. The reason why the appellant did receive at firsthand the CUP was she looks like she's a white female, and so it was given to her. Later on, when they found out her husband, he's all tatted up and he looks like he's Hispanic, they made moves to take that position because the strength of a certain population here is really present and very unfortunate. I'm telling you, I can be a testament, I can be your witness. I'm here firsthand. I've been muted several times. I wasn't able to even make a motion. My motion that I'm gonna do right now within my 5 minutes is to continue this meeting to the next council meeting. This appellant has not received due process. This appellant has not received from the city of Victorville fiduciary duty or anything that would show a lack of trying to help this member. And I'm in a testament to that, and I would be your witness that you can prove that the city of Victorville on many businesses have done the same thing, but a lot of these businesses don't have the money to protect themselves against $219 million that taxpayers use to ostracize communities like yours. And so as a public member of this sitting council, I'm telling you, it's retaliatory, it's gross negligence. They have done all these things time after time after time for over 50 years. And the community is tired, but they're afraid because they use code enforcement. They use the city attorney. They use the former city council member right now, this council member, Jim Cox, who has for 30 years sat and reigned and prayed and hired all of this administration. Let it be known that this city of Victorville is very prejudiced. Very prejudiced. I'm telling you, you can use my language. This is why I'm here today, because I speak for a people that don't have a voice. The city of Victorville does this on purpose. It'll put it on letterhead. It will do it in your face because it knows it has this power, the power of money. But when we go into the court system and you go into the court system, you will have on your side not a city council member here, unfortunately, but you will have more justice in front of a judge paying the monies than you will in front of these members who are obviously not looking at the facts, not looking at anything, but looking at their own personal interests and pockets. I'm telling you that right now. So please let it be known that I'm here to help you. I'm here to assist you. Anything that I can do within my power and my resources to get more information, I will do so. And I have been doing for the public, one-on-one. That's why they target me and they ask, who has been in the best interest of da, da, da. I'm here to represent you. Each one of them should have known about this case before it came in front of a city council, but they're not out there looking to see what the best interest of the public is. So I'm telling you, even if this is defeat, you need to go to court. You need to fight and continue fighting, because this fight is not only your fight, you're fighting for all of these other members that don't have the money, that want to have the music. We have a band on stuff like you have here. CUPs are very little offered to communities of Hispanic race. please let it be known that I'm saying this on the record, for the record, and nobody can shut me up. And this is why we're here, to band together. I am here on your behalf. I'm here to see what you see. I see the same thing you see. Okay, we're like this, believe me. And none of the council members on this league agree with me on many things.
Councilmember Gomez, your time is up.
Spoken.
I do have a substitute motion by Councilmember Gomez.
Madam Clerk, I do want to say something.
Can I take that substitute motion since she was just speaking, or do you want to speak first?
Go ahead.
Okay. I do have a substitute motion by Councilmember Gomez to continue this item. Is there a second? There be no second, that motion fails.
Thank you. I do want to apologize to the applicants. It's so embarrassing to have a council member who is so totally unbalanced that she doesn't understand right from wrong. We are not here being biased. There are so many businesses within our city, and whether they're owned by Hispanics or other nationalities or whatever, if they're abiding by the rules, beautiful, no problem. All we're trying to do is make sure that everybody abides by the rules and the regulations. But we have an unstable council member that continues to try and tarnish what our city stands for. And it doesn't make any difference what my nationality is. I'm here to represent the people, and I only want to do what's best. And I represent each and every one. So my apologies to our applicants that they have to be subjected to all this unprofessional nonsense. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I ask the attorney a couple of questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So first of all, Mr. Dvornowski, we have been seeing notes that Blanca Gomez is putting up on the screen saying that the appeal has no time limit. Can you help us with that?
Certainly. The appellant, per our policy manual, typically is given a 5-minute limitation. As you know, you all voted to extend that time. And so even in the second amount of time, we let that run longer than the 5 minutes. And then the appellant was also given ample time to do a rebuttal after all the discussion. So in terms of the appeal process, certainly the appellant, as well as the other applicants, have had adequate time in terms of a fair public hearing.
Thank you. And then my next question is, since we didn't get a response at the beginning of this particular item as to whether Ms. Gomez has had any ex parte communications with the appellant, might we ask again?
It would be appropriate to know that. I can't force Ms. Gomez to answer, but at the beginning of the discussion, there was a question as to whether or not you had any interaction, any communications, or had received information outside of the council chambers regarding this appeal matter.
Ms. Gomez, we'd like to hear from you on this. Is there a way to unmute her?
She has to accept it. We've asked her to unmute.
Yeah, she refuses. She only
refusing to unmute, so she will not. I take that as she refuses to answer the question.
So I have a lot of questions. You're not going to toggle me as when you want me to speak and when you don't. Okay.
I have a yes or no.
I'm going to let you know that for a point of clarification, I'm not able to make motions unless I'm unmuted. I'm not able to participate freely as you are, unfortunately. None of you are muted as I am by the host. So
they're not interrupting.
That's my third question, but I just want to know if there's ex parte communication.
Unfair. No due process. None. No due process.
Okay, so again, Councilmember Gomez isn't answering. And so my final question on the ex parte communication. So my final question is, Mr. Dbornowski, Ms. Gomez is alleging that she's not able to weigh in sufficiently on a subject, that she's being treated unfairly. Is there a reason why she's muted at times and not others? Because I would certainly, it's
Not that I'm aware of. I believe she's been given the equal amount of time to participate, as have all of the other council members. I have seen some signs held up about objections, but I haven't seen any objections. Hearsay is not an objection. It's not a point of order. So I believe she's been given the equal adequate time of all the council members with respect to this item.
Has she ever been muted such that she couldn't make appropriate motions or points of order?
Oh, has she? I would have to defer to the city clerk. I don't control the muting on this. I don't believe so.
No. As she stated, she did make a motion. A substitute motion on this item.
Okay, because it is important that all of our council members be able to participate. So thank you.
Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I do have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. I'll take a roll call vote. Mayor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Cox,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez,
Absolutely no.
Councilmember Jones,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Now we move on to item number 2. Annexation of tract map number 2274 in citywide LMAD 6 and DFAD 1, completing proceedings for annexation. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the city council conduct the public hearing, take testimony, conclude the public hearing, and direct the city clerk to tabulate the assessment ballots, determine if a majority protest exists, and if no majority protest, adopt resolution numbers 20-070 and 20-080 to complete annexation of tract map number 20274 to ALMAD 6 and DFAD 1, adopt the final engineer's report, and order the levy of assessments for fiscal year 2021 through 2022.
Thank you very much. Council members, if you have questions, you have 3 minutes. Mr. Cox?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Ramirez?
No questions.
Ms. Jones?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Gomez? No answer? And
You
I
have to give me time because when I'm muted, I
Just
have
go ahead and
lag
answer.
time and I cannot do it as you speak.
Answer. Please
Okay?
answer.
So for the record, when I'm unmuted, I cannot answer immediately. So there's going to be lag time. So yes, I do have
answer.
several questions. Please stop interrupting my time.
Answer.
Thank you. I know it's funny. Let's let you finish your smile.
Your time's running.
So is yours. So I have a question with this public hearing. I'm sorry, with the annexation of tract map number 20274, which is what we're on item 2. I find things of this nature, despite the fact that we have Prop 218, very unfair to our communities. It's not something that we give them ample time and sufficiency of understanding how they can produce a level of impact so that they're participatory. Can you explain if there's advantages or disadvantages to the annexation track? Because I don't see that the people are voting on this. It's beyond the people because there is no foundation for this. Can you further explain, please?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, this is somewhat a routine item now, it seems. We've certainly dealt with quite a few of these this year, and these all involve property owner assessments where property owners start a process where they actually appeal to the city asking to be assessed or a part of an assessment district, as this case is going to be. This is dealing with a request to annex properties into existing landscape maintenance assessment districts and drainage facility assessment districts. So there are provisions under Prop 218 that allow for this process to occur where a property owner wants to self-assess. And of course, with that request, then there's a step-by-step process that eventually gets us to where we're at today, to where there's an actual protest vote that is allowed to occur, to where if there is sufficient amount of protests, they can actually strike down the annexation into the district. However, if there is not a sufficient protest vote, then the annexation goes forward as requested by the property owner. So that's where we're at on this item. And I believe all we have to do now is consider the actual ballots that have been mailed in.
She muted herself after.
No, I did not mute myself. Okay? If I can't speak during my 3 time, how am I going to ask questions that are relevant? I did not mute myself to be unmuted. If you're going to mute me, I don't have accessibility. Okay? So my next question is, do we know what percentage of these homes are actually land property owned, living and dwelling there versus those that are just being rented out or leased out?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, the answer would be 0. This is undeveloped property, property that's desired to be developed by the property owner, but there are no homeowners existing on this, or even renters existing on this property.
Okay, please allow me to be unmuted. Okay, again, please. Okay, this wastes my time and I'm not able to produce as a council member for my constituents. Okay, this is the people's work and I'm doing this. Every time it does, it's wasting time. I'm asking people's behalf. So my next question is, if we have 0 people, how will this affect our future, the future of individuals who come in? I perceive that when we have certain property laws, life and liberty, they should be able to come into something that hopefully is amenable or pleasing to them. But how does this affect them benefit? How is that good for them to do this before they come in?
Well, I would say ultimately those potential home buyers that may be interested in coming into an area like this get to decide whether or not they want to be a part of this kind of a district. And what this district does offer, as it does offers a lot of developments throughout the community, is the ability to spread out the costs associated with the operation and maintenance associated with public landscaping and public drainage. Now, it very well could be that a home buyer or a resident is not interested in that, and there are other options for that home buyer or resident to actually consider throughout the city. But in this particular case, ultimately, when the property gets developed and there are homes built, then the eventual, or the prospective buyer, I should say, at that time, gets a decision as to whether or not it wants to actually participate by buying a home in this area. If they don't want to participate in this kind of assessment district, then certainly this is not the location they should be looking for.
Okay, and my final question, you did start up telling me that these were routine in nature. It's my understanding that if something is so routine, then perhaps we should have probably an ordinance that allows anything of this nature to not come to the city council because it's so routine. But if it's not the case, why would we need to hear it if it's something that's very routine? Why do we continue to hear things that—
Councilmember Gomez, your time is up.
And I have no questions. So at this time, I open the public hearing. Do we have anyone that wants to speak on this item?
I do have one speaker, Valentin Godina.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Gloria Garcia, me and you go a long way. We work together to bring up Victorville through the mariachi program, which your partner MM says is a web-back music program. Rita Ramirez, I do not know who you are. You came up to my community and you became a council member. You have absolutely no idea who we are and what we stand for. Blanca Gomez, I don't know who you are. I do not stand behind you because as Hispanics, we have a different mind. As far as this item, why can we do this item for the benefit of the community, but we can't acquire 500 feet of roadway from 7th Street to the library for the benefit of the entire community? Why is it so hard to do that? But for your friends, anything is possible. I speak for the community. When will you speak for the community? You council members represent the library and the community. When are you going to do that? Apparently never. That is why we need to change all of you. And it's coming. It's coming. We're done. None of you speak for the community. Blanca, you do not speak for the community. You speak a lot, but you do not represent us. Is my time up?
No.
No? Okay, great. Because I have a lot more to say.
But he's off the subject.
No, I am not, Miss Gloria. You and I were serving on the same board for the benefit of our community. And somehow, somewhere, you went away and now do not recognize who our community is. What happened to you? What happened to you, my amiga? Mi amiga, what happened to you? This is our community. ¿Qué te pasó? ¿Dónde estamos? ¿Por qué nos abandonaste? Would you like me to say it in English so that you can understand me? Because I know you can understand me. I've talked to you. I've respected you the moment I met you. What happened to you? ¿Qué te pasó, mi amiga? ¿Por qué estás haciendo esto? ¿Por qué nos das las espaldas? ¿Por qué nos traicionas? Blanca Gómez no habla por nosotros. Señora García, no la dejes que hable por nosotros. Tú habla por nosotros. Por favor.
Well, I represent you as well as I can, and that's all that I can do. I don't know why you're saying that I don't.
Valentin, your time is up. Those are all the speakers I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I close the public hearing. And Madam Clerk, will you please tabulate the assessment ballots if we have any?
Yes, let me open them just a moment. I received 2 ballots, both marked yes, for the approval of the proposed annexation of tract map number 20274 to this one for the citywide landscape maintenance assessment district number 6 and one for the citywide drainage facility assessment district number 1. There being no majority protest.
Very well. Do we need a vote on this one, or it doesn't tell me, doesn't guide me?
Yes, if we have no majority protest, we need a motion and a second to adopt resolution numbers 20-070 and 20-080 to complete annexation of tract map number 2274 to LMAD 6 and DFAD 1. adopt the final engineer's report, and order the levy of assessment for fiscal year 2021 through 2022.
Thank you.
That's-
You are correct.
That's my motion. Thank you.
No majority protest, correct.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Cox.
Second.
Point of clarification, I'd like to hear what that, I thought I heard Councilmember Cox add something. Was that incorrect?
He just made the motion.
Which is recommendation by staff, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
To complete the annexation to the LMAD and the DPAD. So I have a motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes, I have further comments. I'm looking at this annexation of track map and looking at government and how government has so much to do with the land usage and how the production of it would be to our property owners and subleases. That includes all types of commercial and industrial uses. And if this is something typical, I have found out that it's very difficult for individuals to recognize that a ballot has gone out to their homes, single family homes. And so something of this nature, I think, needs to be remedied in terms of creating more transparency and really providing for good faith of taking the effort, as we do with Measure P, to send out ballots and mails and things that would get people to understand that something like this is happening. But however, this is why I can't, for today only, I see it unjust. I don't see that we're working towards something in the best interest when we have one person making the decision for a community of people that will live in this area. And yes, I do speak for the people, maybe not for whoever you fits. I do, these are my inquiries. And today I don't feel very confident of this particular say. You had 2 people vote yes, and it makes me wonder where are the other, if there's 2 or 100%, where's the rest? That just is reflective of our very government. 5 people, where's the 130,000 people that we represent? So for this one, I just don't feel very confident. I wish we could do something different. I don't see any care justice. So today I'm just gonna say I'm gonna vote no, because I have an inkling of a feeling that we can do better in terms of marketing. 2 people voting yes, and where's no one voted no? No more people voted yes. Thank you.
Any further comments?
I have a comment.
Yes, Jim, go ahead.
To the city manager, isn't all of this property under one developer?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I believe that's accurate. It's actually one property owner.
One property owner.
We had one property owner vote for both the LMAD and one property owner.
So that is 100%. So you heard of 100% of property owners.
Correct. There are no residents living on this property. There are no homes on this property.
There's no homes, there's no residents. Does the state law allow you to do this any other way than how staff conducted this?
We followed the exact process outlined in the state law.
Okay. I know this has come up before. Ms. Gomez asked the same question over and over. I wish you'd give her a copy of that law, so once and for all, she understands that the city did not violate anything. If there are property owners there, the property owners get the vote. If there are residents there, the residents get the vote. Where it's vacant property, the person that owns the property follows the state law, makes the request to annex the property, and they vote, and they've done so, and we are in exact compliance. So I just want that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for that clarification. Maybe now we understand.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Take a roll call vote. Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
I don't have sufficient information, so I'm going to abstain on this one.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez abstaining.
Now we move on to consent calendar. And consent calendar items 3 through 17 can be approved with one motion unless there is an item that needs to be pulled for discussion. Can I have a motion and a second, or?
Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action and its board of directors in the various capacities in which the council serves, that it take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Second.
I have a comment and perhaps questions on item 13. And I'm going to vote the same. I just want to understand a couple of things for this item.
You have a question on 13?
Yeah, so we have, I believe, with the skate park, there's a notice of completion with financing attachments. And I know the city council not too long ago received an invitation, but it was private. And if I can have an explanation for that privacy, I think I can surmise, but you might have to tell me each time why you tell me what you tell me, because I'm speaking for a group of people that don't have that privilege of having the city manager answer publicly a couple of questions.
Madam Mayor, Council, the event that we were trying to conduct out at the skateboard park facility was not a private event. It was actually intended to be via invitation to try to control the attendance of that event. It was eventually canceled because of the COVID-related concerns and our concern that having a public gathering greater than what we can control would actually violate some of the governor's orders. So out of an abundance of caution, we chose to cancel the event.
And another question for that one was, I just questioned it because I did see the word private, private. So I just was trying to understand what that meant. And I kind of thought it was relation to COVID, but I just wanted clarity. Thank you for that. No further questions.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. A roll call vote. Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Now we move on to written communications. Item number 18, building number 676, roof replacement project CC 21-035, award of contract to Universal Coding, Inc. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That your honorable board of directors approve the award of standard construction agreement to Universal Coatings Incorporated for building 676 roof replacement project CC 21-035 in the amount not to exceed $895,000 and adopt resolution number SCLAA 20-008 for an additional appropriation in the amount of $25,000.
Thank you. Council members, if you have questions, you have 3 minutes. I'll start with Ms. Ramirez.
No questions.
Mr. Cox?
No questions.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes, just as I have been told that people would like for me to get the codes and everything, and I appreciate it, and I do ask the questions, different levels. I have also asked the city manager particularly to please supply always a small synopsis, maybe a paragraph of these bars and what they essentially mean. I mean, I wish I was a public, I was in the building department and I could just kind of look and be like, oh, this is what it means. And, you know, I really don't. I don't have a degree in that fashion. Maybe I should start taking some courses in how to read bar graphs, maybe. But right now, I would like to kind of understand a little bit, even if it's just one of the concepts to solidate what these are really doing in terms of construction permits and how those construction permits are things that are reported back to the city, and what should the city be looking at in terms of creating growth with those permits? What are we looking at with those permits? I mean, I can't substantiate what I see to look at the community need if I don't have an understanding of what the building department would like to portray to a council member, or perhaps all of us.
Madam Mayor, point of order, we're on item 18 that has to do with the award of a contract. So I just want to make sure we're talking about the same item.
Yeah, no, I was on 17. I thank you for that. You're right, we're on 18. You know, I don't have any questions on that one. I took the time on 17. Thank you.
Ms. Jones, do you have anything?
Just a very quick question, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Metzler, on this in the staff determined that the award to Universal Coatings Incorporated is the best value. Is it also the most responsible bid?
Madam Mayor.
Or is it a responsible bid? Is it responsive?
I don't have any questions. So do we have anyone that wants to speak?
I'm sorry, I needed a question and answer.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Mr.
I
Metzler.
can't hear you. I don't know what's wrong with the microphone, but would you rephrase the question, please?
Yes, can everyone hear me? Yes, okay. So Mr. Metzler, on the request to approve Universal Coatings as the, to receive the contract on this, it was noted in the report that it was the best value bid. Is this a responsible and responsive bid as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And it looked like as I was reading this, and tell me if I misread it, but it looks like that they came in quite a bit under the other bidders because they can produce some of the materials themselves and they see the process all the way through themselves.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Jones, can you say that question one more time because you were not coming through all the.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. They came in substantially, Universal Coatings came in substantially lower in the bid than the other companies that responded. Is that in part because they're more efficient in that they can manufacture some of the materials themselves, and they also do a lot of the step-by-step work themselves?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I don't have any questions. So do we have anyone that wants to speak on this item?
I do have Valentine Godina.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
On this project, again, how many of our local businesses are involved? How many of our residents are participating and taking advantage of this economy, of this pay so that they can feed their families? Are we including our residents in our projects in Victorville? Are we ignoring them? We have a need up here. You talk about we're going to provide jobs for our community. Is this not a good opportunity to provide jobs for our community? Is this not a good opportunity to provide our residents with a wage that they can feed their families? Why are we not including them? And if we are, and I'm wrong, please explain to me how our local businesses are involved and how many of our residents are being employed through this program. Thank you.
Those are all the speakers I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I need a
Did we
motion.
get an answer? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I think we've explained this several times, but for people who haven't heard the answer, a brief description on the law requiring us to bid, and we cannot discriminate. We take the lowest and best bid, no matter where they're from.
This is.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and members of the council, Councilmember Cox is right, and I would add that it starts out with a public bidding process open to all local contractors and outside contractors. And at the end of the day, we're responsible for selecting the lowest responsible bid. To answer the questions more directly as to whether or not these awards are local, or if any of these firms are employing local folks, don't know for sure. What I can tell you is based upon all the bidders, all of the bidders actually came from outside the area, and the actual award is going to a company that's based out of Fresno. What I don't necessarily know immediately is whether or not there's any subcontract type work to where they would actually look to local contractors to satisfy certain jobs. But I think the most important thing to know here is that it was publicly advertised, available to local contractors. It is very likely that a project like this, the magnitude of it and the complexity of it, it's very likely you don't have this type of a company here in town. I could be wrong about that, but that's also another reason why you may not see a local bidder on a job like this.
Thank you.
Being that I used to work for contractors and I still do, but not in the same magnitude that I did before, I do understand the process of how things are put out to bid. And many times you will find that the local contractors don't come in at a lower amount than someone from out of the area. Many times they do sub their work to the, if it's a large enough project, they do sub some of the work to the local contractors, the smaller ones, you know, the ones that do the smaller type work. And so I do understand how that is possible. So I never question any of it because I do understand the process of the bidding and how the bids are awarded, and how once the general that actually is awarded the contract, then he can actually sub portions of that work out to the local if it's not of the area contractor. So I never speak too much about it, but I do understand the process. And unfortunately, many times the local ones don't even come in at a lower bid for whatever reason, but that's just the way this thing plays out. So I think everyone's doing a very great job, and they handle everything very well. So at this time, I think I didn't skip anyone. So at this time, I do need a motion and a second on this item number 18.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move staff recommendation in full.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yeah, Councilmember Gomez has a couple of comments, a rhetorical question as well. So with the purchasing department and its provisions, are there any contracts that stay with a certain percentage? And if so, what percentage would that be? So in other words, what I'm asking is, does the city have a provision to benefit these local regional vendors in the county of San Bernardino, which would include incorporated and unincorporated areas? Just because we are open to all doesn't mean that we may be doing quote unquote what's called a due process, take it out of legalese, so to speak. So to involve fairly these local contractors, maybe there is a lack of awareness, and that creates a lack of justice from the city not receiving the best possible bidder. There's 6 bidders, and I can perceive that these 6 bidders came from 4 varying counties. Just the city of Victorville alone, 130,000 people. How many permits do we get in construction to realize that perhaps we need to do more outreach, combine forces with the local chambers, and get those businesses to spread the word so we have more competition and more availability for a people that may not see that it is true what the city says, a competitive bid at the lowest rate. Thank you.
Any further comments? I do have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Cox,
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez,
Yes.
Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Now we move on to item number 19, standard lease agreement for building 682B and by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and ComAv Technical Services LLC. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation, please.
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve entering into a standard lease agreement for Building 682B by and between the SCLAA and ComAv Technical Services and authorize the Assistant Executive Director to execute said agreement.
Thank you. Did you say sublease or standard lease?
Standard.
Standard lease, yeah. Okay. Council members, you will have 3 minutes. If you have any questions, Ms. Jones?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Ramirez?
No questions.
Mr. Cox?
No questions.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Knowing that this is ComAv and the city of Victorville for quite some time had issues, particularly with them, I just remember there was like this friction, very strong friction. And I'm hoping that friction indeed truly has dwindled down and there's no, mens rea or perceivement of any ill nature to keep them from being progressive after even 20 years being here. So my question is contextualized on that content. How are the relations with ComAv in terms of this specific standard lease agreement for 682B? How would that be stated by the city?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I would share with you that ComAv is a valued member of the airport community, especially during this COVID pandemic. They've actually taken on a much greater role in terms of serving the aviation world. I would say it continues to be a good relationship in that this particular item is actually carrying forward staff's recommendation to expand their presence, their footprint at the airport.
And then another thing, I see that there's potentially, right now, there's no fiscal impact according to this particular item, but there is a consideration in the future, the director asking for potential monies. So what are they in anticipation? What can we expect if this is a routine item?
So I can answer that question if you'd like, Mr. Metzler.
I think I can handle it.
Okay.
Because it's fairly well established on the front page of the staff report, presuming we're still talking about item number 19. The fiscal impact, there actually is a fiscal impact. It's on the revenue side of the budget, and it's identifying an additional appropriation for rental revenue. And the reason why it's an additional appropriation on the revenue side is because at the time that we prepared the budget, this revenue wasn't anticipated.
So if I may reframe my question, I appreciate, I probably need to restate what I was looking for. So let me read right towards the bottom. I'm going to call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll say the fifth paragraph. It starts with budget for this revenue. And I'm just focusing on the very last line where it says, the subject agreement will be considered at the time of the annual budget is approved. So that interpretation anticipates that perhaps we're going to see the budget in June for next year, and we're potentially going to see similar things as we see today. But I don't know, I'm interpreting this document at the moment.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council, I think what this item is attempting to do is highlight that the term for which this agreement is in place spans the current fiscal year and actually goes into the next fiscal year. Even though there's an option for a one-year extension, what this lease does provide for us with certainty is 12 months of rent or lease revenue that spans 2 fiscal years, the current fiscal year and then a partial of next fiscal year.
Okay, so just for me clarifying, so basically what you're saying, we're going to continue to see something like this appropriating fundings from either 450 fund or whatever fund, it'll be explained more explicitly as we get other items in the future?
I believe that's correct, but our Deputy City Manager, Sophie Smith, she's on the line. And if I'm incorrect, I'll let her correct me.
You're correct, Keith. The $30,000 referenced on the fiscal impact will be budgeted for as revenue in next year's budget for 21-22.
Okay, so that just goes to what I restated in my language, which is we're anticipating looking at things like this in the future. That's just a yes or no. And I think I heard a yes implicitly. Thank you. No further questions.
So this current agreement that's approved will actually carry us through October of 2021, next fiscal year.
Thank you. No further questions.
And I have no questions. Do we have anyone that wants to speak on item 19?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Then I need a motion and a second.
Councilmember Gomez would like to go ahead as recommended by staff, move that motion forward.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Gomez, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes, I'm not clear as to the motion. I don't know what it means to move a motion forward. Was the intent the staff recommendation?
Yes, so for clarification's sake, if you'd like, I'd go ahead and read it, but my intention is staff has produced language and I'm in agreement, and I would like the recommendation as stated in the staff report, word for word, to be pushed forward, and it's the motion that I'm making, yeah.
So I do have a motion by Councilmember Gomez, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Take a roll call vote. Councilmember Cox? Oh, Councilmember Cox is not there. Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Cox being absent.
Now we move on to item number 20, acceptance of local early action planning lead, grant funds and professional services agreement with Harris and Associates, Inc. for the city's general plan update and environmental assessment project. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council take the following actions regarding the local early action planning grant program funding award to the City of Victorville. Number 1, accept LEAP grant funds from the California Department of Housing and Community Development in the amount of $500,000. Number 2, adopt resolution number 20-087, amending the annual budget for fiscal year 2020 through 2021, and allocate the subject $500,000 to the city's general plan update. And 3, approve the professional services provider agreement with Harris and Associates in an amount not to exceed of $405,388 for the city's general plan environmental assessment project.
Thank you very much. Council members, you have 3 minutes. If you have questions, I will start with Ms. Ramirez.
No question.
Ms. Jones?
I have none. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Gomez?
Yes, so does the city have a position that provides for a grant writer that does this specifically? Do we have a grant writer for this? And are they full-time?
So, Madam Mayor and Council, we do not have a position at the city that is designated as a grant writer. In this particular case, the planning department fulfilled the necessary paperwork. This was actually a non-competitive grant, one-time grant that was authorized by legislation, AB 101. And so the staff actually applied for the grant and applied for the housing, with the housing production focus for the general plan and housing element update. So that it's a staff person adding this to their existing duties.
Okay, and then my next question is, does this grant come with any requirements? And are we doing like, typically we'll do like 49.50 or 1%, the city must produce a 1%. Is there anything of that nature?
There is not a match requirement for this.
Okay, no match. And I do see that this primarily comes with the update of our general plan, and that just assists with that production. Is that accurate?
Yes, and a lot of focus will be on an update to our housing element, as housing production and removing barriers to housing production, et cetera, is a big focus of the state. So that is the type of thing they will be looking for in our general plan and housing element update.
Is it possible that with this, if the council finds merit and does pass this, that we would combine this with funding with SB2? Is that just completely different from this grant acceptance today?
So it is a different grant, but not necessarily with a different focus. Much of the state's legislation of late has been focused on increasing housing production. Scott, do you want to add anything else about what's a little different for SB2 funding?
Yeah, thanks, Sophie. The SB2 funding that we received over 300,000 for that. There's already designated projects for that. One including the CREA for Old Town. But we may have some money within there to do some code updates that would correspond with the general plan update. So in a sense, we could utilize the SB2 funds to assist with the update.
Okay, and then the last question here with SB2 funding, I know it's completely different and I appreciate that you helped me understand, but so we're going to have a delineation in how this funding really tackles the general plan specifically, or is that something that council just is understood that the general plan is already embedded and we're just following state and using those monies? Because I would like to know, for instance, 3 points that this money directly will affect the city of Victorville, and what one barrier will be taken away. Like, for example, maybe curb and gutter no longer belongs to this person, but to that person. Is there 1 point, not even 3, just one? That's very specifically detailed.
Sure, I could field that question. Attachment B, in the contract, there's a detailed scope of work that the consultant will undergo. But with our general plan update, we'll be receiving an updated housing element, a land use element, which relates to densities. And then we'll also be introducing a environmental justice element and updating our housing element, along with a full environmental impact report.
So when you say justice, do you mean that includes like crime reduction in housing?
Yeah, this is a newer requirement. The state mandates that the cities include an environmental justice element of their general plan when they modify 2 or more of their elements. In a sense, environmental justice is wanting to ensure that our general plan as a whole treats everyone fairly. Like an example would be access to fresh foods in a disadvantaged community. We'd want to make sure that we're encouraging through our land use plan access for those opportunities in the future.
Okay, so I don't have a question. It's just now for clarification. I heard you, like, the perfect example you just gave me was land use and to be able to have community access to fresh fruit or food, I'm sorry, which would include land use to allow the production of fruits and vegetables or a food garden. Is that what you kind of meant?
Yes, in general, the environmental justice element needs to ensure that all aspects of our city, our population are treated fairly and have access to the same amount of resources.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
And I have none. So do we have anyone that wants to speak on this item?
No speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I need a motion and a second for item number 20.
Councilmember Gomez would like to go ahead and make the motion as recommended by staff.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Gomez, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? I will take a roll call vote. Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Now we move on to item number 21. Approval of instructional service agreement with Victor Valley College. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approve the instructional service agreement with Victor Valley College, adopt resolution number 20-099, amending the fiscal year 2021 budget for revenue received from the agreement, and authorize the city manager to execute said agreement.
Thank you. Council members, if you have any questions, you have 3 minutes. Ms. Gomez?
Yes, so for this item, does the service agreement have an oversight board or something similar to allow for the successes to be able to be reported back to the city council?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, the answer is no, staff can report back.
So the potentiality is that because staff will be aware of the successes or the advantages taken so that the community can benefit from these instructions, that potentially reporting is possible. Will that reporting occur in terms of if I wanted to ask as a council member of individual report rather than putting it as an agenda and making the council look at the report, is that open as well as public information or public, meaning as a council member just ask and that reporting would be provided, or would that be something that the reporting employee would have to take an extra duty to do just because council would like to take accountability on that transparency?
But that's a little hard to answer because I'm not exactly sure what it is you're looking for, or perhaps even what the council is looking for in reporting. But, you know, the simple request, it's not uncommon for a council member to just contact myself directly, and to the extent there's information available, I certainly can share it.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions?
I'm sorry, who did you ask?
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, you were asking me. I didn't hear my name. I don't. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Ramirez?
No questions.
Mr. Cox?
No questions.
And I have no questions. Do we have anyone that wants to speak on item 21?
Yes, I do have one speaker, Valentin Godina.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to thank the entire council members for their great and hard work of taking our tax money and distributing it to everybody else but us in Victorville. I would hate to be one of your family members who sits at your table and gets the plate taken away from him and says, I'm sorry, you can't eat because I have a friend in San Diego or in Riverside or in Fresno who is hungrier than you. I hope that these elections and future elections flush every one of you where you belong, because you do not belong representing Victorville, because you do not represent the hungry people and the hungry businesses of our community. I hope I made myself clear with every and each one of you.
His problem.
Those are all the speakers I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second for item 21.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Gomez. Any further comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I?
Yes.
So I'm not sure that I understand the point of our last speaker with regard to this service agreement. This item actually provides a net revenue, interestingly enough, for our city, even though we have people that are going to be receiving instruction at the college. There's kind of a special feature to this particular item, and the city actually gains on this. So I don't understand the comment from the speaker, but that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further comments?
Yes, so I'm looking at this item as well, and I appreciate the collaboration that the city of Victorville takes. I mean, the Victorville Fire Department is now funded 100% with general fund money. And so being able to collaborate with Victor Valley Community College, because a lot of professions need the continued training. It's essential to continue to have even the firefighters that we have here to get that adequate training that they need. If they need 192 hours, that would be something that they're living already in Victorville or within the region. They can just go to Victor Valley College, get their courses done and over with, and then continue to create those interventions that create an employee who is not only successful, but is able to meet the need when he does enter or she enters the position of going to rescue, help, or assist someone in the city or is contracted around the city. So thank you for that collaboration. It's very appreciated.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Gomez. Roll call vote, Councilmember Cox?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Garcia?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Now we move on to item number 22, Employment Development Department update. Councilmember Blanca A. Gomez, report of suspected fraud. Recommendation, this item is informational only. However, council members, you do have 3 minutes if you have any questions or comments. Ms. Ramirez?
No questions.
Mr. Cox?
No questions.
Ms. Jones?
None, thank you.
Ms. Gomez?
Yeah, I have a question. I thought there was a motion last time by Councilmember Jones to only keep this item if there were indeed updates. I would expect instead of the first inquiries, if it's information only, to have, it's probably my misconception, but to have the city manager definitely provide the update. I don't know if he has the update it's coming after. I presume perhaps the motion that supposedly passed, and I argued that it needed to follow the rules, didn't follow the rules. So I'm a little bit mixed up as to maybe did the motion, you guys not push it through? I mean, can you explain that? I'm kind of confused.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, if I might, in the direction of the council was to bring this matter back if in fact there was an update to share. And we do have a minor update to share as we received an email from EDD, one of their investigators. That investigator let us know that our claim has been forwarded to the Office of Appeals and our case is still pending action by that office of the EDD. That same investigator also indicated that individually he could not substantiate fraud. However, we believe that EDD did nothing to investigate the matter because not one question was asked of me in this matter. Accordingly, I responded with additional information where it is clear Ms. Gomez violated unemployment insurance code. We also indicated that we intend to turn the matter over to the district attorney, notwithstanding any additional investigation the EDD may do. Finally, I close this update by sharing with you that once again, we received our quarterly billing from the EDD, and once again, for this period, which is July 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2020, the city is again being billed an unemployment insurance claim for Ms. Gomez. This is while she's a sitting council member receiving her regular stipend, and despite unemployment insurance code section 1279C, making elected officials ineligible. That's all I have at this time.
I have a question then for you. Would you be able to supply that email exchange? I don't see an attachment here. And that conversation, was it in written format? Why wasn't it attached to this document? I mean, all documents, the July 1st through September 30th, you know, where you're saying the quarterly that shows the deduction from the city of Victorville, as well as the communications that you had from the EDD stating that there's no substantiation. Do you have any of that perhaps in writing? I would have loved to have attachments like that to this, but I don't know, maybe it was all a phone call.
At this time, all I have to provide is the verbal update for you.
Okay, so verbal meaning it was over the phone?
No, I actually received an email. I did mention that in the first part of my presentation, but all that I have for you this evening is the verbal presentation.
Okay, so did you not want to put that as part of the public record? I'm just confused. I would think everything needs to be public record.
I hadn't thought that through too much. I was just following the instruction of the council, which was to bring back the update, which is what I chose to do in the verbal sense. To the extent it's disclosable, and I'll consult separately with legal counsel. If it's disclosable, I'll certainly be glad to share it with the rest of the council.
Okay, so yeah, speak to your attorney and whatever benefits the public interest. Thank you for that update.
I don't have any questions. Do we have anyone that wants to speak on item 22?
Yes, I do have a few speakers. The first one is always watching.
I just want to say on this item, we spend so much money, the city spends so much money talking about and wasting time. So for a city manager, you want to bring up these EDD claims, show us in paper that the attorneys are saying this. It should be public record. Please do your job, do it right, stop wasting our money. We have other things to take care of.
The next speaker I have is Valentin Godina.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Board of Library Trustees, for always keeping Blanca Gomez on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Cox, for refusing to put the library on the agenda, which is your job, and you refused to do it the last time I asked you. And thank you, every one of you council members, for refusing to vote to put it on the agenda the last time because it was going to be on last meeting's agenda, and it wasn't. We have talked more about Blanca Gomez than we have talked about what is your responsibility, the library. We have had previous council members with legal problems that you have not spent this much time on it. Instead, the last council member who had legal recorded problems for domestic violence, Ms. Garcia, you presented a thank you award for domestic violence appreciation. Where are your standards? Where are your views? Where are you headed when it comes to the responsibility of our community? We elected you as representatives of our community, not commissioners of oversight of Blanca Gomez. I do not agree with what she has done. I do not like her. I did not vote for her. But this is not what your job is. Do your job, represent the library, put it on the agenda now.
The next speaker I have is Roger LaPlante.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Honorable Council, I want to speak in behalf of the Victorville residents, the hardworking people that are trying to put food on their tables, that have worked so hard, and unfortunately their claims have been denied for one reason or another. And it's just really sad that we have the type of corruption that is ongoing with this council person. When we have innocent, law-abiding residents of the city of Victorville that are being denied these benefits. It's just a total disgrace, honestly. To be even listening to this, it's shocking, to be honest. And that's all I have to say. And I want to thank the patience of the current council for what's going on. It's just incredible the amount of distraction you have to put up with, and it's sad that the city or the residents are not being able to benefit from this. So I thank God for elections, and God bless America. And please, let's make some change in this city. Thank you.
The next speaker I have is Maggie Martin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First of all, Valentine Godina, we're on item 22, which is the EDD fraud investigation of Blanca Gomez. We're not there to talk about the library. So once again, council, an audience speaker was allowed to hijack an item. It's been going on for quite a while. It's not the first time, but it needs to be the last time, because I'm stopped dead in my pants if I do it. And I respect that. And I cease immediately. And the other thing is to Blanca Gomez. Blanca, please, please keep on cashing those checks. That's all I've got.
The next speaker I have is Black Lives Matter.
Just want to make sure my mic is working.
It is.
Okay, I would like to read this letter that came to my attention, which gives a view of the dealings of one Deborah Jones. Thanks to the Freedom of Information Act, I was able to obtain this letter that was sent to the Fair Political Practices Commission. And this is what it says. To Chloe Hackart, Dear Honorable C. Hackart, Director, effective immediately, I am requesting to withdraw my complaint against Councilwoman Blanca Gomez. Purpose of the withdrawal is as a result of the realization that Councilwoman Deborah Jones is and has ever eager to deliberately and maliciously slander and defame fellow council members for political gain and name recognition. along with her success in becoming future mayor of the city of Victorville. On a recent past occasion, Councilwoman Deborah Jones manipulated me to contact the Senate Sentinel and write an article against Mayor
Madam
Gloria
Mayor,
Garcia.
does not seem related to at all to item number 22.
Mayor Pro Tem Rita Ramirez and Councilwoman Blanca Gomez for allegedly violating the Brown Act and conspiring to
Madam Mayor, this
to
doesn't
vote
seem
Mayor Garcia as mayor
item
and Mayor
22.
Pro Tem Rita Ramirez as Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman Blanca Gomez in violation of the Brown Act. Evidently, a meeting was conducted outside of the Brown Act to conspire such efforts, which allegedly deprived Councilwoman Deborah Jones from being voted as mayor of the city of Victorville.
Madam Mayor, this
Councilwoman
doesn't
Deborah
seem at
Jones
all related to
further
item
exhausted
22.
all efforts to convince me to report such violations to the state of California's Attorney General's office. Now, recently, again, Councilwoman Deborah Jones has been persistent in attempting to not only convince me to report Councilwoman Gomez to the state of California Attorney General office for a recent alleged EDD fraud claim, but again, contact the Sentinel to publish an article so that Councilwoman Gomez's name would be smeared and her re-election will no doubt fail. Moreover, Councilwoman Deborah Jones was highly successful in having the Daily Press publish an article with the intent to smear Blanca Gomez's name, as she had others conspire with her. Councilwoman Deborah Jones, however, presents herself in a very different light to her fellow council members, while on the other hand conducts evil plots against them for political gain. Seeing now the evil will and spirit behind Councilwoman Deborah Jones, I am serious of withdrawing this complaint and do not desire of getting in the middle of Councilwoman Deborah Jones' plots against fellow council members for political gain, notoriety, and success in mayor's seat in which she eagerly and maliciously seeks. I prefer that Councilwoman Deborah Jones handle her own matters and do not desire to get involved. I possess text messages and emails for evidence upon request. Respectfully, Ruth Marie Cordova.
The next speaker I have is Ramiro Rodriguez.
Being sick is the best thing.
Hello. Okay. I heard Keith Messler say that the EDD said there was no fraud visible, but he still persists on following this through. It is an election year. We've seen time and time again. This is brought up by council. It's not being brought up by Blanca, and we've seen flyers and all these publicity and advertising for Blanca. These people are spending more money to get Blanca not elected than they are spending on themselves. And it's just, you see right now, all they're trying to do is smear her name, bring this up. But the thing is, Blanca's taking the time to talk to a lot of people. And I talk to a lot of people and they know it's just a scam by the people in the council. They don't want her there. They don't want her representing the people because she asks those questions that make them squirm, that they're afraid of going and having the SEC case picked up again and possibly going to jail. That's their only fame they're gonna leave. And now wasting money, we spent $30.6 million, $30.6 million defending the council against the SEC. $19.6 million, $9.6 million for Metzler, $10 million for the city, and $11 million for attorney fees of the scam they ran against the investors. And you're talking about, this is something personal between Blanca and EDD. If EDD decides that they want their money back, it's up to them. But EDD asked them, where are you getting your money? She said, I'm getting my money from here. Now, if EDD decided to seek the city as employers, it's up to them. But right now, it's perfect for these guys just to smear. Possible. You heard Metzler say that there was no fraud visible by the EDD person. But yeah, there's this magical phone call that he received, but there's nothing to prove it. There's no email or nothing. This is just something to keep her from getting elected, that's all. But that's the kind of people you have. That's the kind of people we have. And that's the kind of people we should get out of here. Not one person, but a whole slew of them. And that's, You just look at it, stand back and look at the big picture, and you can see it. Nothing for the library, nothing for anybody else, just their friends get all the jobs and get all these default contracts on themselves and piggyback on him and her, but they're not fighting to give jobs or give the bits to the people local. No, they got their friends. So who are you going to believe? Remember, Metzler said that there was no visible fraud, and that was quoted by him. Go back and look at the tape and what he said. And I really like to see those transcripts. I like to see those emails.
The next speaker I have is Ashiko Newman.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I just want to say I'm really thankful for the council providing transparency for our elected officials. It doesn't matter who's sitting on the dais. We should have some level of transparency and just oversight. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. We're here talking about the EDD situation yet again, and I understand why. We got an update, as Mr. Metzler said, that this individual said he couldn't substantiate fraud. Substantiate is a word that means that he didn't have enough information to prove or to disprove it. It does not mean that it did not exist. And so yet again, we have information that they are requesting a repayment for billing for July through September. I mean, if it is what it is, then just call it what it is. You know, if it's fraud, it's fraud. And if it's an oversight, it's an oversight. They have their job to do, and you guys have your jobs to do. And so it's important, no matter who sits in those seats, that there is some transparency. We need to make sure that our elected officials are not taking advantage of their authority, are not taking advantage of their power. It doesn't matter who the finger is pointed at. For a lot of the people who are calling in saying, you know, they're objecting to this being on the agenda because it's about money and it's about Blanca. But then at the same token, they point fingers at other people where there's been money issues. If whoever it is, if it's a money issue and if you're mishandling and misappropriating funds, that should be on the agenda. So I appreciate the transparency. Again, Blanca just happens to be in the hot seat at the moment, but I do appreciate it as a citizen of this city. So thank you very much.
Those are all the speakers I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So at this time, we will move to public comments. Do we have anyone that wants to speak on public comment?
You have someone that you didn't allow to speak.
I'm sorry?
There's someone that was waiting to speak and is not able to, and they're telling me right now. I don't understand why.
I'm asking our city clerk. She's the one in charge.
For the public comment period, now we do have two separate speakers. One is a phone number. It's 951-743.
No, his number was for the former one that you just said there was no speakers.
So, and if you hit *6 to speak, the 951-743.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, and public at large. My name is Myra Williams. I serve as the vice president in my community's HOA, Lakeview Ridge. Our neighborhood sits across from Spring Valley Lake. We're off Ridgecrest between Bluff Crest and the desert that butts off to Mojave Narrows. Our community has increasingly seen more and more problems. So I'm here personally to ask for your help to help us solve these problems. Number one, since the new Yakaloma Bridge opened, we see an increase in cars speeding, and they come into our neighborhood racing. We have also seen an influx of petty theft and car theft. We're trying to avoid the awful scenarios of home burglaries because we know that's just around the corner. The homeless problem is getting worse for us, considering we have a homeless encampment behind our community between us and Mojave Narrows. Homeless people stroll through our neighborhood, and dig through trash cans and steal from our front yards. There is also, we need more police patrols in our neighborhood. We have had a number of cars getting broken into and stealing all kinds of things, from tools to just things inside the cars, and stealing cars themselves. Also, problem number 2 that we have since the bridge opened is the use of the Ridgecrest Road has increased. The use of it has increased, and it has deteriorated quickly. The county, we were told that the county of San Bernardino repaved the roads on the northbound east side of Ridgecrest, but the other side, the one on the western side heading south, was not touched. The city has failed to maintain it. One side, it looks beautifully paved. The other one is totally wasted. There is also a big increase in trash and debris all along Ridgecrest that gets into our community. The city has failed to clean that up for months. We finally gave up on that, and our community just got together and went out there and cleaned it, but it's overwhelming. You know, it's all the time. Another problem is that we are in desperate need of weed abatement. The weeds around the desert areas and surrounding our community are out of control.
Your time is up.
I have so much more to say.
The next speaker I have is Jack.
I'm so grateful that finally we get to see the true colors of some of these council members. I wouldn't be surprised that most of them conspired to make this letter public just to throw Deborah under the bus. Thanks to the Freedom of Information Act, I was able to obtain this letter that was sent to the Fair Political Practice Commission. This really shows Deborah's true colors. The letter says, to Chloe Hackart, Dear Honorable Hackart Director, effective immediately, I am requesting to withdraw my complaint against Councilwoman Blanca Gomez. Purpose of the withdrawal is as a result of the realization that Councilwoman Deborah Jones is and has been eager to deliberately and maliciously slander and defame fellow council members for political gain. Name recognition, along with her success in becoming future mayor of City of Victorville. On a recent past occasion, Councilwoman Deborah Jones manipulated me to contact the Senate and write an article against Mayor Gloria Garcia, Mayor Pro Tem Rita Ramirez, and Councilwoman Blanca Gomez for allegedly violating the Brown Act and conspiring to vote Mayor Garcia as mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Rita Ramirez as Mayor Pro Term, and Councilwoman Blanca Gomez in violation of the Brown Act. Evidently, a meeting was conducted outside of the Brown Act to conspire such efforts, which allegedly deprived Councilwoman Deborah Jones from being voted as mayor of the City of Victorville. Councilwoman Deborah Jones further exhausted all efforts to convince me to report such violations to the State of California Attorney General's office. Now, recently, again, Councilwoman Deborah Jones had been persistent in attempting to not only convince me to report Councilwoman Gomez to the State of California Attorney General's office for a recent alleged EDD fraud claim, but again, contact the Senator to publish an article so the Councilwoman Gomez's name would be smeared and her reelection will no doubt fail. Moreover, Councilwoman Deborah Jones was highly successful in having the Daily Press publish an article with the intent to smear Blanca Gomez's name, as she had others conspire with her. Councilwoman Deborah Jones, however, presents herself in a very different light to her fellow council members, while on the other hand, conducts evil plots against them for political gain. Seeing now the evil will and spirit behind Councilwoman Deborah Jones, I am desirous of withdrawing this complaint and do not desire of getting in the middle of Councilwoman Deborah Jones' plots against fellow council members for political gain, notary, or success in the mayor's seat in which she eagerly and maliciously seeks. I prefer that Councilwoman Deborah Jones handle her own matters and do not desire to get involved. I possess text messages and email for evidence upon request. Respectively, Ruth Marie Cordova.
The next speaker is Maggie Martin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Valentin Godina, Ramiro Rodriguez, Blanca Gomez, attorney, and the attorney for item number 1. Nothing but a bunch of jagoffs, okay? Okay, so my comment, I'm sorry, one moment. My comments are as follows. One moment, please. Okay. I did some past review of council meetings. February 5th, 2019, Gomez calling an audience member a racist. June 23rd, 2020, during public comments, Romero said he's never criticized the police. That is a blatant lie. August 18th, 2020, Romero still complaining about the SEC settlement, stating, quote, "We should sue the SEC for accepting a bribe. Do you have any proof of that? Not likely. The SEC lawsuit defense wasn't paid for by the city of Victorville taxpayers. It came from the SCLA property taxes, lease fees, business sales, etc. It was fully funded by SCLA. The city didn't spend any money on this lawsuit, settlement, etc." He went on further to state that the California State Auditor, Elaine Hell, was coming on board and looking at the city's financials regarding the SEC. I have contacted the state auditor and I'm awaiting their response. Another lie. Referring to me, he stated she's walking up and down. This is back when we were in chambers, walking up and down like she's in charge and not thrown out of meetings. Twice only I was asked to leave by the chair and willingly did so. No deputies ever had to approach me for non-compliance. Another lie. Also, during this meeting, he said that people from the audience were coming behind him and they are white supremacists there to challenge him, distorted what he had said, and belittling him. When was this? Because I never saw this happen. It's purely a figment of his imagination, embellished for the sole purpose of blowing smoke up our collective skirts. And like Gomez, making himself out to be the victim, once again based on race. He said that they're not patriots, citizens, and just there to enforce their own agenda. Another lie. September 1st, 2020, during public comments, Romero stated that it wasn't Blanca who called Bob Harriman a racist, but someone else. Another lie. I heard it on the video, Romero, multiple times. Furthermore, he's constantly shifting contrived statistics about the percentage of Hispanics in Victorville over time, saying 52%, 53%, 55%, and then lastly 60%. Which is it? And where do you get your statistics from? He's consistently attacking the white council members, claiming that the Hispanic community isn't fairly represented, meaning on the council. And yet, there's 3 Hispanic council members. What in the hell are you talking about? I don't even think you know. That's all I've got.
The next speaker I have is Valentin Godina.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Spring Valley Lake resident. If you think you have problems now, wait until the former council member used to be mayor, his road to Spring Valley Lake gets completed. You will be the next Old Town Victorville, and this council that refuses to address the problems of our current Old Town Victorville will be your problems. You're not a council member. I do not know how or why you have this authority to speak over a council member who, again, I do not like, but was elected to represent a majority of the representatives of the voters of Victorville. She is not liked by me, but she was voted in. But yet you elect to mute her as you wish, and you do not have her listed as a co-host while you have every other council member listed as a co-host. That is discrimination. You have discriminated against her. She should be a co-host like every other council member is. But that is on the record, and I have a screenshot of it, and I will use that for future reference. Now, why is allowed to speak with such authority? Because she is one of the council members, hit person, who was used against me the last time I ran, who I thought, you were my friend. ¿Qué te pasó? You were my friend. ¿Qué te pasó? We don't agree because me traicionates. Eres traidora. No eres hispana, eres traidora. No eres mi amiga, traicionera. Maderista. ¿Qué te pasó? Why you do this? Who are you? Do you even know who you are? I don't think you do. And to another comment that MM said, there's 3 Hispanics. No, there's not 3 Hispanics. There's 3 people with Spanish Hispanic names who do not understand what being a Hispanic is. They have no idea. They have been washed and washed again to where they have no understanding what their real culture is. These people do not know who their culture is. They have no understanding who they are. Yeah, turn your head, Ms. Robinson. Turn your head. Even you don't know where you come from. Even you don't know what your culture is. Who on that board knows and can say, this is my culture. This is where I come from? You don't. None of you do.
Your time is up.
New Zealand, did that count?
The next speaker I have is Paul's iPad.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, yeah, Paul Marsh. There's been a lot of there's a lot of back and forth tonight, but the comment that I really want to make is well, kind of a couple, but to start out with, the lady that spoke that lives in Ridgecrest, Measure P is a solution to the problems that you're addressing. That is something that we really need to have passed because, you know, that's a problem that's throughout the city of Victorville. The passage of Measure P will start to address those issues by putting more law enforcement on the streets, by putting code enforcement, increasing code enforcement. So that's one thing that I really want to say. That I hope does get passed, and we definitely need it. The other thing is that these attacks, you know, as a citizen, as a resident of the city of Victorville, you know, I'm really tired of these attacks on our council members, our mayor. It's not about color. It's not about culture. It's not about any of that. It's about one thing: the residents of Victorville. To pinpoint Councilwoman Jones, Deborah Jones, that's unfair, and I wish it would stop. To pinpoint the city staff, Keith Metzler, is unfair. It needs to stop. Everybody that's out there that's doing this crap, you guys are you're starting these rumors that doesn't do anything but cause more division within the city. Calling people up there whitewashed and all that stuff is idiocy. It needs to stop. You guys need to sit down and check yourselves and see what your values are. And if your values are in the wrong place, change it. This city is, the council is at large. They represent everybody. They represent you, me. It doesn't matter about their background. It doesn't matter about who they are. They don't need to go home and try to figure out who they are. You need to sit back and figure out who you are and stop doing the instigating that's causing more problems in our city. Thank you.
The next speaker I have is Ashiko Newman.
Thank you so much again, Council. Paul Marsh, thank you for echoing everything that was in my head for the young lady who lives over here by Ridgecrest. That's my neighborhood also, and I was definitely going to point out Measure P as a solution to those issues. And I just also wanted to just say, man, enough is enough. Deborah Jones, I thank you for the great work for the city that you have done that I know personally and firsthand. I thank you, council members, for your service to our city. I may not agree with everything that Blanca does because, you know, I only see her through the screen, so I don't know her personally. But at the end of the day, she represents our city too. We need to have council members. Our council needs to have oneness. And right now it's a whole lot of division and a whole lot of lies. I heard earlier somebody discredit somebody for saying it's hearsay, but then we have a letter being read by two different members. Where did you get those letters from, and who encouraged you to read these things? It's time out for us to stop intentionally maligning against one another, and it's time for us to stand up for our city. It's about the people. It's not about the people on the council. It's about the people in the city, residents, me, my family, and all of your families. So I just want to encourage us to, you know, make sure that we're taking our seat and taking it at the right table. And I won't even go there, but thank you so much for all of your great work and your great service. And again, Deborah Jones, I know that there was a malicious attack against you today, but from what I know of your character, just by the brief meetings that we've had, I do appreciate your heart for this city. And I encourage everybody who's listening, get to know your council members so you truly know their heart and not just what you hear through the council or through social media sites or what have you. Get to know these people, shake their hands, have some conversations, so that way we know who's really in charge of our city. Thank you so much.
The next speaker I have is Tammy. Tammy, we are asking you to unmute yourself. Okay, she lowered her hand. Those are all the speakers we have.
Now we move on to a report from our city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. A few things going on that I'd like to share with you. On the engineering side of the house, Hesperia Road Sewer Project, you've probably noticed, but out there, the traffic signal at Green Tree Boulevard and Hesperia Road is in four-way flash while construction continues at that intersection. Expect traffic delays during construction. Also, the skateboard park, which we talked about earlier in this meeting, project construction fencing was removed on October 15th. And with your approval tonight, signage will be installed tomorrow, and skateboard park will be considered officially open. We did have to unfortunately cancel the ribbon cutting for that event. On the community services side, we do have our Victorville Community Cleanup Day. That's this Saturday, October 24th, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. Locations are just various sites throughout Victorville. There's no charge, and this is an opportunity for volunteers to participate, and for all those that do participate, they'll receive a free T-shirt, gloves, litter sticks, and bags. So for information on that event this weekend, they can contact our Community Services Department at 955-8615. That's area code 760. We have a few Halloween activities that are planned. First, the Halloween Boo Box event pickup that's put on by our Victorville Recreation Team. Thursday, October 29th, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. It's going to be located out at Sunset Ridge Park. There's no charge. Each Boo Box will accommodate a family of 4 filled with Halloween-themed activities, crafts, candy, and game for the family to enjoy. Registrants can pick up their boxes at Sunset Ridge Park or contact our Hook Community Center 760-245-5551. We have a Hallow Boo drive-through event also put on by Victorville Recreation. Friday, October 30th. That's here at City Hall between the hours of 3:30 and 7:30. And this is going to be a drive-through trunk or treat event. I will be there along with members of the executive team. And that'll be an opportunity where residents can dress up in their favorite Halloween costumes, bring their trick or treat bags, and drive through our parking lot out front of City Hall. And then finally, we have a Halloween virtual costume contest registration. That's actually ongoing. That's happening right now. Deadline is Saturday, October 31st. And that's an opportunity to enter contest virtually. Registrants are limited to one category per entry. Categories include funniest costume, scary costume, original costume, and best family costumes. All entries can be emailed to us by with photos to our victorvilleRec@victorvilleca.gov email address. And that's all I have at this time.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. This is for upcoming agenda items. If any of you will have anything that you want to agendize, and this is a 3-minute time limit. I will start with Ms. Jones. Do you have anything to agendize?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much. So I'm interested in placing on the next agenda an item that formally renews this council's commitment to good governance, relations, and practices. We had our first workshop on this much earlier this year, but due to the challenges in COVID-19, follow-on training has been certainly difficult to achieve. So the first workshop was on the role and responsibilities of individual members of the council as well as the whole body, and it was productive, but Mayor Pro Tem was unable to attend. And, you know, and
point of order, what is the
adding
motion?
Adding to that, in just a few weeks, we'll have at least one new council member, and I believe it would be in the best interest of our city if we were to consider conducting that first training session that we had once again, so that Mayor Pro Tem can participate, a new council member, or up to 3 new council members. By doing these things, the new makeup of the 2020 council team will be off to a much better start toward building and maintaining a dynamic partnership that produces positive results for our community. So with that said, Madam Mayor, in view of the upcoming change to our council team and toward fostering best practices in governance, I moved.
Point of order, we're having a discussion.
I move that the City Council place on the November 3rd, 2020 agenda an item wherein we consider taking 2 actions. Number 1, that we consider conducting a governance workshop that delves into the role and responsibilities of council members, as well as agreed upon norms for conducting business. And number 2, that we direct City Manager to schedule the previously agreed to trainings on parliamentary rule and the role and responsibilities of the mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Was that a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
So I do have a motion. Do I have a second?
I didn't quite understand what her motion was, though.
Yeah, and in a nutshell, Madam Mayor, I apologize. I do apologize. That we conduct the workshop that we had back in February, so that Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez can have the benefit of that, as well as any new council members that come on board, and that we also direct the city consider.
Thank you. I understand now. Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gomez goes ahead and second, and please don't mute me because I'm not able to second when you mute me.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Gomez. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Cox?
Abstain.
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez? Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, you're muted. I'm just waiting for, there we go.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Cox abstaining.
Ms. Ramirez, do you have anything to agendize?
Yes, I would like to consider the discussion of the possible purchase of the private road that leads to the library down by Old Town. I think that it's time for us to consider it as a part of the city rather than keeping it separate. It has potholes, and if you don't know about it, it'll kill your car. So I think that in order to put forth the library, we should consider the road itself as well. So I would like to make a motion for us to discuss the possible purchase of the private road that is, I think, on Civic Center or something of that nature in front of the public library.
Second. I second that.
Okay. I do have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Cox. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Cox.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Yes.
And Mayor Garcia.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Good.
Mr. Cox, do you have anything to agendize?
I'd like to, no, not to agendize. Sorry, thank you.
The next one will be reports. Ms. Gomez?
Yes, I'd like to put on the agenda without further discussion, the discussion of possible action for public library services.
Is there a second?
I second it.
I have a motion by Councilmember Gomez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. I'll take a roll.
Brief question for clarification. So we're still waiting for the master study on the library. Is that coming soon?
True.
Is this something that can be handled at the same time?
Point of order, we're only discussing putting stuff on the agenda.
The council is permitted to ask a question of clarification as to the motion.
We go again.
So I would be the one to respond to you. I don't know if you're asking questions of staff.
I'm asking Mr. Metzler.
Okay, that's why I called it point of order. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'm going to have to defer to our Deputy City Manager, Ms. Davidson, as to the latest on the study for the library.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metzler. We have run into some delays on the study due to COVID. We are currently in the information gathering phase, and that includes a variety of public meetings regarding public input on services. So we're not at a point with the study to be able to bring it back to City Council. I could prepare a brief update if that is the desire of the council, but the full report is not at a point of presentation.
Thank you.
I have a point of order. I'd like to call the question.
I have a motion by Councilmember Gomez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Cox.
Abstain.
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jones.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Garcia.
Abstain.
Motion passes with Councilmember Cox and Mayor Garcia abstaining.
No further, nothing else to add.
And I have nothing to agendize. I didn't miss anyone, did I? I called Jones, Ramirez, Cox, and Gomez. Okay. Now we move on to reports. This is also 3 minutes. Ms. Jones, do you have anything to report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So on October 9th, 2020, I represented the city as its voting delegate at the League of California Cities annual business meeting. There was one resolution considered, and that was to amend Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996 to require social media companies to remove materials which promote criminal activities. So at this meeting, unfortunately, a quorum was not met. So although the vote was in the affirmative, It only became advisory to the League of Council Council of Cities, and not a policy directive. If this eventually makes it to any point, there are First Amendment right issues with something like this. So if it ever gets beyond the League of California Cities, it would be, the language would be dealt with at the legislative level to ensure, of course, that everyone retains their First Amendment rights. Also, Victory Outreach at Church organized a prayer event for our city that began at 6 o'clock tonight in response to the challenges that our city faced, including violence and the very unfortunate incident that took place at a local apartment building. And I'm thankful that they're interceding for the welfare of our city. I was also happy to learn that Victory Outreach prays for each council member weekly. I was told this last night. They actually have a prayer board with our names on it, and they pray for each one of us by name. Thought you might be encouraged to hear that as well. I know I am, and that brings me to the really scurrilous comments that were made. And I apologize, Madam Mayor, I'm not given to breaking down in tears, but you know, people can say what they will. It's their First Amendment right. But to bring up something that, you know, Madam Mayor and I and Mayor Pro Tem Rita Ramirez had some difficulty at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. And that's since been resolved. And it pains me that someone's bringing up wrong information. Madam Mayor, point of order, I'm being interrupted. May I please stop the clock?
Thank you.
I would like, no, I'm not finished talking, but Blanca Gomez is shaking her finger and pointing.
I know she has been interrupting all evening, so.
I do want to continue, and so I have to apologize, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
I have no control over that.
I have not, I didn't even know who the Sentinel paper was. The truth be known, the person that wrote that letter has called me Madam Mayor before I was even installed in office. And I have repeatedly told her I would only serve at the will of my colleagues, and my goodness, who would want to sit in a seat like that if you're unwelcomed or not competent. So, you know, I have texts and emails as well. And this person that wrote this blows up my phone routinely with call after call after call after call, and text after text after text after text. And it's not very often that I respond to them. And I you know, always encourage her that she has her rights of free speech, that her opinions are important. But there's been a couple of occasions where I've actually
time is up.
Her. Thank you. Madam Mayor, may I have a few more seconds since I was so interrupted?
No, I'm sorry, we're running so late and we still have to meet after this.
Sure, thank you.
Ms. Ramirez? Rita, do you have anything?
Yes, I would like to say that I received my mail-in ballot, and I was so proud that I'm able to vote. And I want to congratulate everybody who's taken it upon themselves to vote for what they feel is right, to make our country better, to be stronger, and to be a proud American. So I think just the fact that I got to vote and to be a part of history is so wonderful. And I congratulate anyone and everyone who's taken the time to stand in line and put in that ballot, because our country is beautiful, wonderful, and great. And I'm an American. Thank you.
Mr. Cox, do you have something to report?
Yes, a couple of items. I know the council is aware that I pushed for the library. We've talked about library west side of the freeway. And by the way, on the road, it's been needed for years. I've asked the council to take the bull by the horns and move forward on that road. It's something you must do and you can do. But the reason I abstained on the vote is because we have a committee. We've appointed a committee. We have a measure going through. I'm confident that the measure is going to be approved. But the fact is, I feel a little bit unnerving to jump in and steal their thunder and tell them what they should be doing. I think the committee should be making the decisions on the library and the police and the fire and all these things that we want in the community. So that's the reason that I abstained on that. The other issue I would like to state once again, and I guess I'll state forever, not a single person on this council, not a single person here, was here when the city sold the bonds. Mr. Romero can keep saying what he's saying. I know deep down he knows he's lying. I don't know why, don't care. He's indicated he's gone to LA and got the case. He has not. He can get the filings. Cases aren't available to him nor anybody else, not even another attorney. He indicates that we're afraid that SEC may come back and open it up, somebody go to jail. It was a civil case, not a criminal case. Nobody goes to jail. I don't know what motivates the poor man. I don't know if he can't help it or if he's just simply misinformed, but I'm going to keep correcting him because he knows better. And I feel sorry for the council that have to put up with the garbage tonight. I really do. And I think the sooner you get back into the council chambers, where those people who spread hate and discontent can be, you know, it's pretty brave of the one individual attacking our mayor and telling her that she's not Hispanic, she's not mayor. That's a bully tactic. It's just a bully tactic. You have a great lady who's in her 80s and here he's yelling and accusing her of things. What a bully. I hope this stuff will get put behind us. I wish the best for the city, but we tried. The last thing I want to mention, 2 years ago, I brought back pictures from a Midwest city showing that there was no trash any place in the city, and that there was garbage containers that had the city seal on it, and each business person was required to take the garbage out, put in new plastic bags. It was a requirement of planning. In that city, there's a Walmart that had somewhere around 50 to 60 trash cans in the parking lot. We're pathetic. We have one in our Walmart parking lot. We need to have hundreds of garbage containers. The city needs to be involved in the program. We need to set the example. And I hope it'll come up again. Maybe we've been short on funds, but I have talked to all kinds of business people. Some I know and some I don't. And everyone agrees that they would love to be involved in that kind of a program to help clean this city up.
Your time is up.
Clean the city up.
Jim, thank you so much for those kind words. Yes, it is difficult when people attack you when, or whatever reason, they say that you're not even the nationality that you believe you are, you know, which doesn't make any difference to me because I was born here, I'm an American, and I'm just trying to do the best that I can. And same thing as Jim, the reason I abstained from voting for the an update on the library is because I know that we have something that's coming up, you know, and if Measure P does pass, which we are very hopeful that it does, a lot of those issues will be resolved. So we just need to be patient a little bit longer. But I just want to say that our city is wonderful. I think we have the greatest city in the entire San Bernardino County. The council does its best. We do have the weak link that doesn't help us. However, nothing can be perfect in this world, you know, so you take the good with the bad and the different, you know, so we just make do with what we have and do the best we can. So now, Ms. Gomez, if you have something to report, it's your turn.
Yes, so the host takes so much pleasure in trying to take my First Amendment right, which she never will. I mean, she can laugh all she wants. I mean, it's just funny how I can make you guys do things that you would never do, but it's so childish, like if you're 3 or 4. So it makes me happy to know that I have control over a lot of things that I do. So it's wonderful to see how you guys just maneuver these things based on your perception of me. But I really would like to share that for the record and to let the record reflect that for item 22, there was at least one person that was not able to speak on the record. They were online. They were not allowed to speak on this item. And I remember I blurted out and said, there's more people that want to speak, and I have evidence of at least one person. And it was not pushed to keep it on 22, because clearly there's this narrative where they want me to really lose an election, which is really funny. But this person was pushed to public comment. This person wasn't able to unmute themselves. And it's clearly that I believe that the city has so much evidence against of what it's doing. Everything is all pre-recorded and recorded. It's just a matter of time. The collection is just coming so beautifully, you know? And I want you guys to know that you do use your power and your authority, like the city clerk does, the city manager, a lot of the council, that Mr. Debronowski as our 6th council member. And so you premeditate what you want to do when you don't want people to speak on a certain item. You just push them over and you make it seem like it's a technical difficulty, but it's pre-recorded and the narrative is right there. You can push either way the narrative, right? So this is very important to let the record reflect that the government is really tampering with modifying the people's right to speak on an item. And I call it out, and that person's here with me. So it's not like I'm making stuff up. I really am not making stuff up. So it's on the record, for the record, and let the record reflect these explanations that we receive from Deborah Jones. I know, Deborah, it's hard. I get what you get every single meeting. I feel for you. I'm a little bit stronger because of 4 years, you know, just a little bit, but we are going to get our chance to sit in my seat. And I understand it's hard and you have a contrite spirit, and I'm not here to bully you, but just let it be known that everything comes to light. And yes, people can say what they please. You're right. Like you have said what you please. And I'm not here to attack you. I feel what you're going through. It's very unfortunate. I see how Mr. Debonowski wants to protect you, to say that someone.
Your time is up.
Well, that concludes our meeting.
Madam Mayor.
We have to go to a closed session. Yes.
Oh, that's right. Almost left.
Yeah, exactly right. Concludes this meeting, but we continue on to a closed session.
Could we have a few minutes to set that up, Madam Mayor?
Excuse me?
Could we have a few minutes to set that up?
Yes, please. We need 5 minutes.
Like 9:40.
Oh, Andre,
Suggestion.
should we reconvene at 4 or 9? What time is it? 9:40. 9:40?
9:40 is good.
Okay.
So we remain where we are now? Is that
Yes.
it? Okay, very
Yeah,
good.
you could take, yes.
One more meeting. Oh.
just, there's going to be just, oh, sorry, my view changed. There's just going to be a momentarily delay. We got to remove the, okay, we're good.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
You ready for me? Ready for me. All right, we have just concluded closed session, which was anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4. And at this time, there is no reportable action with respect to that closed session item. Thank you.
At this time, the meeting is adjourned.